You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. But under the stars, I'm safe in the desert. Racing on pieces, and I'm feeling the same place. I say I'm living on the fringe. You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe, and I'm feeling the same love. Except of yesterday, on the fly, just hello and then goodbye. You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. With the wind, the edge, it's everything. Though my heart is aching, I'm ready for anything. You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. Yeah, I'm living on the fringe. Living on the fringe. You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living. You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. Living on the fringe. Say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. Living on the fringe. Living on the fringe. You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. Sleeping under the stars, I gave it all away. I'm out in the desert, embracing all I see. The world's gone to pieces, and I'm feeling the same thing. You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. Oh no, I don't mind when things go astray. Except of yesterday, I live on the fly, just hello and then goodbye. You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. That's nice. Yeah, I call Lady Love, 'cause she knows my real name. Lost with the wind on the edge, it's everything. Though my heart is aching, I'm ready for anything. You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. Yeah, living on the fringe. Living on the fringe. You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. Living on the fringe. Say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. Say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. Living on the fringe. The fringe. You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. Living on the fringe. Say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. Say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. Living on the fringe.
Hi.
Hey.
Hey. So we are here. The Hi-Desert Fringe.
We're here.
Yeah.
Hi. Hi, Anne. How are you?
Hi, Mary. I'm good. How are you?
I'm great, and we're live on the World Wide Web. We're streaming all over the globe. Is that exciting or not?
Yes. Yeah. This is great. Yeah.
Who would have thought 3 years ago, right? That we would.
I know.
That we would go international.
Yeah, I know, and especially under these circumstances.
Probably only under these circumstances. So, you know, there's circumstances, and if we're doing this is so awesome.
Yeah.
I'm Mary Hunter, and this is my co-host, my co-producer, my person that does a lot of technical stuff, and then Amy.
Hi.
And welcome to the 2020 Hi-Def Fringe Festival, streaming live around the world on Facebook, YouTube, you name it. We're probably there. So this is more success than I think my father thought I would have in show business. Okay. Let's start off with thanking a lot of people who helped make all of this possible. Wait, I actually don't want to do that. I actually want to start off by letting everyone know that this year, normally we charge admission.
Mm-hmm.
Festival, but this year we're doing a pay what you can type of deal. Mm-hmm. So if you're loving the show and we're going to be here for a few hours, don't be shy about paying.
Yeah.
If you don't want to, you also don't have to do that, but it is pay what you can. The way to do that is to go to our website, www.highdesertfringe.org, and click on those little donation buttons. And you can pay $1. Actually, you can only $5 is the least you can pay. We're worth $5.
Yeah, we're
on up to thousands, and we love to have thousands. So just wanted to say that. With that being said, let's do some thank yous. We got a lot of people to thank for us being able to do that.
Yeah, well, I'd like to start out by thanking our media sponsor, Z1077 FM. They have been our media sponsor for all 3 years of High Def, so they really went out on a limb to support Fringe theater from early on, and they've been very generous with their time and letting us come to the radio station and talk about Fringe theater. They've been great sponsors for the event for the past 3 years, so thanks to Z107. I'd also like to thank everybody around the world who put together little videos for this year's Hi-Desert Fringe. We have videos playing between our live performance events today, and people around the world, different artists, have been very generous with their time and talents to help us put that together. So thank you to them. And I'd also like to thank Hunter and the Wicked, so Miri Hunter and Tom Merrick, for creating our amazing new Hi-Desert Fringe theme song.
Oh, it's our pleasure. It was our work, our labor of musical pleasure.
Oh.
Wanted to do something special, and it was interesting to us when we were writing the song that some of the things we said in the song that we were kind of relating to the Fringe Festival kind of pertain to what's happening in the world. We're sort of living on the fringe right now.
Yeah, yeah, everybody is. Yeah, so I think everybody who's enjoying the show today gets a little bit of a sneak preview of the song, but when is it going to be put out there for wider release?
For wider release, it's going to be coming out. We're having a new songs coming out in the fall, so that will definitely be on that collection. And in the next week or two, we'll probably put it up on our Reverb Nation site. So if you want to go to www.reverbnation.com/Hunter and the Wicked in a week or so, it'll probably be there for download.
Oh, great! All right, all right. Oh, we also want to thank Kurt Schoppner. Do you want to talk about?
Yeah, I did.
Doing for
Yeah,
us?
Kurt Hoffner, a staple here in the high desert. He's doing a show later this evening, and he is offering a download of all of the songs that he's performing in his show, free of cost, to anyone who will pay what they can in increments of $25 or more. So if you make a $25 or more payment for the High Def Fringe, you will get 10 songs by the amazing Kurt Schoppner, and you're going to be hearing from him along with some stories a little bit later. He's just an awesome writer, a great performer, and thank you, Kurt. You're amazing.
Yeah, thank you, Kurt. So after this, we have a couple of videos that we're going to show, and one of them actually talks about the history of fringe theater around the world and how it started. And I'll give a special thank you to my Tio Arlindo for putting that together for us. I'd also like to say, we're not supposed to apologize for our poor technical abilities, but I just want to say, bear with us. We're doing this on Zoom and broadcasting on YouTube. And it's something we're really excited to share with the world, but please bear with us if it's not the most polished transition between things.
It's just fabulous.
Oh, well, it is
on the fringe.
Yeah, it's very fringy.
Yeah. So great. So why don't we get started with that video so people know what the heck the fringe is all about?
Yeah. Welcome to the High Desert Fringe, High Def 2020.
You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. Living on the fringe.
In 1947, after the end of the Second World War, and to help with healing and to bring together the cultural life of Scotland, Britain, and Europe, it was decided to create an international festival of the arts under the leadership of artistic director Rudolf Bing, who chose Edinburgh, the capital of Scotland, for its home. Orchestras, ballets, and opera companies were invited to perform at the new Edinburgh International Festival. During that time, Scotland had its own thriving community of theatre who were not invited to participate. 6 companies from Scotland and 2 from England, referring to themselves as the Festival of Junks, decided to perform anyway by holding their own events in venues not used by the festival and to take advantage of the large theatre festival crowds to showcase their own alternative theatre. Journalist Robert Kemp wrote at the time, "Round the fringe of official festival drama, there seems to be more private enterprise than before. I'm afraid some of us are not going to be at home during the evenings." The name Fringe stuck, and it still exists to this day. The Edinburgh Festival Fringe is an open access performing arts festival. There is no selection committee, and anyone may participate with any type of performance. It takes place during August every year and is today the world's largest arts festival, surpassed only by the Olympics and the FIFA World Cup in global ticketed events. In 2018, it spanned 25 days and featured more than 55,000 performances, over 3,500 different shows that used 317 venues, using any viable space that was available, and has become a world celebration of arts and culture. In the 1960s, experimental theater was growing rapidly in the United States due to the political protest of the Vietnam War. The Fringe movement has been said to have started in the anti-commercial off-Broadway coffee houses of Greenwich Village, such as Cafe Sino, founded by a former dancer, Joe Sino, and is now considered the birthplace of off-Broadway. In 1982, the first Fringe Festival in North America was started in Edmonton, Alberta. The Edmonton International Fringe Festival is today the largest Fringe in North America. The oldest Fringe Festival in the United States was founded in Orlando, Florida in 1992. North America today has more Fringe festivals than any other continent in the world. Hi-Desert Fringe was formed in 2018 by local performers and producers Don Davis, Mary Hunter, and Ann Van Haney to bring original, non-traditional, and thought-provoking performance art to the high desert in Southern California. Today, it doesn't matter what sector we work in or where we live. None of us will be left untouched by COVID-19 as it makes its way through our communities. After making sure we have enough toilet paper, groceries, and medical supplies, our next instinct is to seek comfort in the arts, in video games, and comfort novels, streaming TV, podcasts, chill out music, and digital theater. In our most dire hours, art keeps us sane. And today, all over the world, artists are stepping up, helping us with their inspiration and storytelling by entertaining us. It is vital we support them and continue that support when our theater doors open again.
You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe.
Hey, Hi-Desert Friends. This is J.B. Bowersfeld with the show that shall not be named. And while we can't be there with you in person this year, we are certainly thinking of you, missing the opportunity to perform for you and be a part of your community once again this year. I was just thinking back on some of the memories we've had from the last couple of years, and some of my favorites. Obviously, I love performing on stage, and it's been great to see a lot of the shows. But my favorite memories have probably just come from being out and around the community in Joshua Tree, whether it was bonding with the team over brunch at Crossroads, or making new friends over at the 29 Palms, or last year coming back with a couple of the teammates in a Jeep with no doors, blasting the Dixie Chicks. It seems like every time we go out to the Hi-Desert Fringe, it's a way for our team to kind of come together once again and really remember what we love about improv, what we love about the performing arts, and what we love about making relationships with people. So while we're not able to make it this year, please know that you are in our hearts. We hope that we are in yours as well. And hopefully next year, everything is on the up and up, and we can join you guys once again out in the desert for a little Harry Potter themed improv and all the things that come along with it. Take care. Stay healthy.
You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. Living on the fringe.
Okay. Thank you, JB Bowersfield. Thank you, Orlando. That was a great introduction to what goes on out here. We're ready for our first performer in the 2020 Hi-Def Fringe Festival. Yes, we are. And that is going to be Miss Anne Van Haney. Anne is presenting a world premiere of her newest solo show called Lunchtime Ashram. Lunchtime Ashram features Vera Frank. She can size up what you need and get you on track in 30 minutes or less. So if silent meditation and lentils for a week are not your way to do it, this is for you. You've come to the right place. So welcome to the land of drive-through enlightenment.
Thanks, Mary. All right, bear with me just a second. I'm going to have to put on my tech hat and my actor hat just for a moment here. All right. Okay. Freedom, freedom. You got to give for what you take. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Running down the road in the middle of nowhere with the music blasting. It's such a cliche, but God, it feels good. The air is pure, liberating, sexy, confident. I feel James Bondy. Okay, sweaty James Bond. Oh, lunchtime ashram, 5-star enlightenment on a 3-star budget. Yeah, we have room in our lightning round enlightenment class. It's just meeting one time and it's our special. It's 29 minutes for 29 bucks. It's a spiritual tune-up to get your soul aligned and onto its path of intended higher purpose so you can get back to hiking in the national park. You want to sign up? Great. All right, well, I'm sure a sophisticated young person like you knows how to use Venmo, right? Okay, great. So just send the payment to Lunchtime Ashram. Yeah, all one word. Lovely. All right. Thanks. Oh, I haven't seen a desert tortoise out here yet. It's the holy grail of desert wildlife, you know? Oh, I've seen cottontails and jackrabbits, even mountain lions, a little too close for comfort, and bobcats in my yard, coach whips, racers, rattlesnakes, also in my yard. Bears. Oh, technically no bears, but I've almost stepped in plenty of their poo. Deer. Yeah. Mice. Oh, yeah. Bats on my screen door. Rats under the hood of my Subaru again. About to feast on the wiring. Rats are why everybody out here keeps their hood up all the time. It looks like a community of engine trouble, but really, we're just trying to avoid another spendy trip to John's garage. Butterflies. Oh, I've seen so many butterflies out here, and it's magical. Ravens and owls and eagles, also in my backyard. I even have a hummingbird nesting on my patio umbrella as we speak. But no desert tortoise yet. Supposedly, they are everywhere out here. I have friends who work in conservation, wildlife biology, that kind of stuff, and they see tortoises all the time. One of them even has this really weird job. She has to watch all this highway surveillance footage. See, the government installed these tunnels and culverts to make sure that the tortoises could cross the freeways and highways without getting hit by cars that zoom by on their way to Vegas. And now they have to justify spending more taxpayer money on the project. So she just watches tortoises crossing these culverts all the time. You know who else uses the culverts? Taxpayers. Yeah, they're peeing on the side of the road all the time when they think they're out in the middle of nowhere. My friend has seen so much urination in her quest to save the tortoise. Maybe being able to manifest a tortoise is like, manifesting parking spaces or money. My husband calls me a member of the 100 Club because I have this uncanny knack for just finding money everywhere. Oh, I mean, it's usually loose change like nickels and dimes, and every once in a while, bills, ones, fives, 20s, and this one time, 100. It was like it just grew out of the ground, like a beautiful green flower, just ready to be plucked. No one else around, just me and this 100 I was about to step on. Wouldn't mind find more of those. Oh, and of course, the money never appears when I'm desperately seeking it, like when the bills are due. It just happens when I'm in that moment where I can open my mind and just let it happen. Maybe finding that moment of being totally unplugged yet totally plugged in. Let me see a desert tortoise. People come out here seeking all kinds of stuff: tantric sex, music, artistic breakthroughs. Oh, and of course, the cool Instagram shots with the Joshua trees at sunset. I call it their lunchtime ashram experience. So I'm going to drive out into the middle of nowhere up from Coachella, and I'm going to go by the windmills, and I'm going to be in a fancy hot car, and I'm going to be wearing a bikini and Ugg boots, and I'm going to suck my tummy in and pose on the hood of the car and make my hands look like a fake gun and do duck lips. And then I'm going to see where I can eat breakfast, where the celebrities eat when they're in town in Joshua Tree. Oh, and then I'm going to drive through the national park, and I'm going to feel awestruck at the natural beauty. But, there's not really any amenities out here. They don't even have running water in the national park. And then I'm going to be so glad when I'm back on the highway and back in civilization, I can stop at Starbucks. And after I finish my latte, then I'm going to drive up to Pioneer Town, and I'm going to jostle shoulder to shoulder with people to get a seat at that restaurant where Paul McCartney played a few years ago. And then I'm going to get their t-shirts, of course, and I'm going to pose out front. And then I'm going to find a rock to sit on and meditate at sunset. And then I'm going to stay in an Airbnb and get in one last Instagram doing yoga. And then I'm going to drive down to Palm Springs and play a round of golf. It's perfect. I shouldn't slam on the tourists too much. I mean, after all, they pay the bills for a lot of people living out here in the Wild West, including me. I'm Vera Frank, owner and proprietor of the Lunchtime Ashram, located in beautiful Joshua Tree, California. I specialize in facilitating magical experiences, spiritual breakthroughs, and epiphanies, but I leave enough time for clients to get change for that 5-star dinner they reserved months ago. I call this the investment concept of drive-through enlightenment. See, I was inspired to start this business when I found out that a friend of mine paid $5,000 for a week in the middle of nowhere out by Amboy for a silent meditation retreat. I mean, why would anybody pay $5,000 for anything in Amboy, let alone a week of humility and chastity? I realized that the significance was in assigning meaning, feeling like someone had received real value for the ritual they had experienced, kind of like paying $500 for a ticket to Hamilton. I mean, don't get me wrong, I am a major fan of Lin-Manuel Miranda. I paid $200 for my Hamilton seat, and that was plenty enough magical for me for quite a few years. But I knew I needed to have all different pricing levels and all different experiential opportunities. I didn't want anyone to feel like it was too out of reach or too accessible. See, some people just want reassurance that they're on the right path. And some people desperately want to feel like they scored a bargain. And some people feel like they've got this need to splurge. And, regardless of the price, They all crave that kid on Christmas morning wonder and anticipation. So I created that same kind of magical feeling, but I package it differently. My target audience is the person who thinks a week of silent meditation and eating lentils and kale is very noble, but deep down doesn't want to endure all that. You know, people who are kind of woo woo, but more about woohoo. Oh, well, the concept started to resonate. People are happy. I've never had to pay for advertising. It's all word of mouth from customers. And now it resonates enough to pay my mortgage. Not bad, huh? You know, sometimes people ask me for my profoundest, deepest thoughts on spiritualism, what it means to me. I always deflect though, and I say, what I think doesn't matter. They're here on a journey of discovery for themselves, and the insights should come from their hearts. Their journey shouldn't be swayed with my musings. They don't want to hear that I think most of it's a sham. I mean, come on, let's get real. A popsicle stick could be your sacred talisman if you endow it with that much holiness, right? But you know, I don't want to ruin that Christmas morning feeling for anybody. There was this artist, well, this art forger in the UK. His name's John Myatt. And his fake paintings sold for oodles of money. I mean, people were so insistent that his stuff was the real deal. Even people who should have known better, all kinds of art experts. Anyway, he went to jail, but now he's out and he helps to find other art forgers. And then when people find out who he is, they want to know if their paintings are the real deal or one of his. And he always asks them, do you really want to know? Do you really want to know? Because, I mean, do they really want to find out that they paid $1 million for a forgery? Or do they want to keep that Christmas morning feeling every time they see those water lilies in their foyer? What about you? Did you want to know? Oh, excuse me. Lunchtime ashram. Remember to breathe. Yes, we have room in our lightning round enlightenment class. It just meets once. Well, it's our special, $29 for 29 minutes. And it's a spiritual tune-up to get your soul aligned and onto the path of its intended higher purpose. So you can get back to journaling and doing watercolors in the desert. Well, I know you've only got so much time on your vacation, so we make it short and sweet. Great. All right. Just bring a check or cash with you. Yeah, we trust you. It's the honor system out here in the desert. All right. Thank you. I don't actually live in Joshua Tree. I wanted to, but there was no real internet. I mean, can you believe that? I was renting a place that had this satellite dish internet that was metered and it was really slow. You can't stream anything or play games or whatever you wanted to. I was driving back and forth to Palm Springs every week just to use decent internet. It might as well have been 1992. You know, those Insta girls. They don't tell you so much about that, do they? No, they don't tell you that part, that the desert is beautiful, but there's no real internet in most places. They probably don't tell you that because they don't have internet to tell you that, but it's starting to change a little. I mean, it's good and bad, but you know, deep down, do you really want it to change? Maybe it's hypocritical for the founder of the Lunchtime ashram to say this, but it kind of builds character. It means more when you have to work hard for something like refinishing your own hardwood floors or washing your clothes by hand and hanging them out to dry or making your own bread from scratch. Or seeing a desert tortoise just walking around in all its glory. They move faster than you think they might. I mean, not as fast as a cheetah, but you know, a speed walking human could keep up with them, give them a nice run for their money. Yeah, could be fun to see that. Oh. Huh. Of course. course. Can you believe this massive tortoise decided to spend the afternoon in my backyard? Feeling blessed to live in this corner of paradise. It's my friend Jill. She just moved here from Ohio a month ago. Oh, wow. It's beautiful. You must be growing the right kind of cactus fruit, LOL. Congratulations. I tell my clients that the tortoise symbolizes longevity, endurance, patience, knowledge, stability. When a tortoise crosses your path, it means you have to trust your innate knowledge, your ability to work things out, carefully observe the details and proceed. It's good advice for walking around the desert too. I mean, you want to carefully observe in case a snake is taking a nap or a cactus pot is lying in wait where you're about to sit down. Just rode my bicycle through Joshua Tree National Park and saw 3 tortoises. Thanks so much for your insight and all your good vibes yesterday. This one is from a guy who just flew in from Seattle yesterday, just flew in, and he just happened to find my shop and he popped in to ask if I had a map. And I didn't, but I told him that I could give him a spiritual map so he could understand his soul and his direction in life. Guess it worked. Yay. The people who come out here looking for that instant miracle, I make sure they get it. I have this knack for reading people, kind of like that Richard Gere character in American Gigolo. I know what you want. I know what you need. Oh, close, stay on, close, stay on. I admit that I'm something between a spiritual medium and a con artist. But I want to be clear, I never rip people off, unless that's what they need. Oh, excuse me. Lunchtime ashram, namaste and be on your way. The Executive Express tune-up retreat. Oh, of course. We reserve 1 space per day for select clientele like your boss who know all too well that time is money. Well, yes, we'll meet the helicopter or the private jet when it lands and give you our special devoted 29-minute premier assessment and action plan, along with a basket of locally made artisan soaps, essential oils, and bath bombs. Well, yes, it's a steal. It's only $10,029. Oh, certainly. Did you want to add town car service or freshly pressed aloe juice? Perfect, perfect. I'll put you through to my assistant to arrange for the wire transfer. One moment. Mavis, could you finalize the CEO special? All right, thanks. Everyone asks, how did I end up in the desert? I mean, the truth is, everybody who lives out here has a story about their intentional decision to live in God's oven. I always think of that line in Casablanca where Rick says he came to the desert for the waters, but was misinformed. All right, I came out here. It's stupid. I came out here because I saw this thing that said, you can't hide from anything in the desert, not even yourself. And it's kind of scary, but it's also refreshing to have everything right out there in the open every day, you know? Just cut through the bullshit and live authentically, except when I feel inauthentic. I was on a fast track to becoming one of those Insta girls in the city with the gun pose and the duck lips, and it really got to me. I even burned my Uggs. I mean, think about it. What happens to those women when they grow up? Do you really want to see them doing that pose when they get older? I mean, when they're 70? Gosh, the original Charlie's Angels don't even do that pose anymore. And if anyone has earned the right to do it, it's them. Am I right? See, The people who come out here who want that instant miracle, they get it and then they go home. They see me and I tell them something like that old Frank Herbert quote, like, polish comes from the cities and wisdom comes from the desert. And they get excited and they buy the merch that goes with it. Candles, singing bowls, sacred rocks that I found out back and washed up. Then they go back to their Airbnb and they light some incense and smoke some pot. They stagger and wonder at the vastness of the stars in the sky. Maybe have sex in a hot tub, and voila! Oh, epiphanies and transformations galore. Their lives make sense. The universe is one big yes. They know how they're going to finish that screenplay or close that deal. And they vow they're going to come out here and get in touch with their inner selves and take more time doing it next time. And then they pack up and they drive back to the city to be in rush hour traffic and then at work on time on Monday. Meanwhile, the desert doesn't stop. I have to do the rustic, everyday slice of life stuff. Walk the dog, scoop the poop, manage the inventory at the shop, negotiate with the landlord. And then I have to do weird things like drive around truckloads of carrots and garlic that have spilled on the road because some sweet trucker wanted to avoid a coyote. There's not really a miracle in that. I mean, long after the yoga fests are over, I watch the push and pull of this area. It's yearning to grow and modernize, but still remain a sleepy small town. And I just remind myself that the only constant is change. That's true wherever you're at. Oh, lunchtime ashram, be here now. A grief workshop. I'm so sorry. I can tell your heart is in so much pain. I have to be honest. There's not really a magic bullet that I have for what you're going through, but do you want to come by the shop tomorrow and just have a cup of tea? Just talk? No charge. No, there would be no charge. Well, yeah, you think about it, and when you're ready to come in, I'll be here to listen, okay? I'm so sorry. Thanks. Been thinking about closing up the lunchtime ashram. Until recently, I didn't mind delving into giving quick and dirty enlightenment and secretly feeling like a fraud. But it's frustrating to see what everyone else needs, but not be able to put a finger on what it is that I need. I know it's not crystals or an aura reading. It's not a special mantra or peyote. I thought maybe coming out here today, way out here, I'd get perspective, figure it all out. Do what I always tell my clients to do and listen to my heart. Maybe it's time for a change of scenery. Tropical island or mountains somewhere, the Alps, could help me figure out the big picture. But I know so many people keep moving around and they never find the place, kind of like that U2 song that was recorded out here. I still haven't found what I'm looking for. And then I think that, hi, hey, yeah, I'm fine. No, I'm fine. Just wanted to get some perspective. Oh, you saw a tortoise on your way out here. Great. Of course he did. No, I'm fine. I got plenty of water, and I'm just trying to figure out my life. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Viva Las Vegas. Don't pee in the culverts. Okay, universe. I think I understand what you're trying to say to me. It would be nice to see a tortoise when you think I'm ready. And I know it may or may not happen. I need to be my own icon. That would be a good slogan. Note to self, I am my own icon. Get some price quotes and have that printed up on scented candles and crop tops, magnets and necklaces. All right, universe. I know you'll probably send tortoises galore my way as soon as I stop attaching any importance to them. In the meantime, I'll remember to be grateful for the sunrises, the sunsets, the beautiful creatures, the lovely plants, and the kind people you send my way. I'll be better about taking time to appreciate the wonder of this place, the joy, the moment, and listening to the messages that are right here in front of my face. Be here now. All right. Thank you, desert, for listening. Time to supersize my enlightenment. Freedom, freedom. You got to give for what you take. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hey, that was the amazing Anne Van Haney in Lunchtime Ashram.
Oh,
great job,
you.
and I love those characters. I've seen that character somewhere before, haven't I?
I don't know.
That was great. I loved it. I
Oh,
love the whole idea of the tortoise and all that goes on with that. And
Thanks.
again, we are doing the Hi-Desert Fringe Festival live here in the Morongo Basin. We are on a pay what you can basis. So if you like what you see, please go to our website, www.highdeffringe.org, and just give us some cash and let us know you appreciate us. Right now, we're going to move on to our next performer.
Yeah, and we have a brief video from Kevin Hales, and he is the father of our next performer. So we'll go ahead and show Kevin's video next.
Awesome.
Yeah.
You say I'm living on the freight. I say I'm living.
My name is Kevin Hales, and I'm a proud participant in the Hi-Desert Fringe Fest. Now, in normal years, the Fringe Fest is a special event because it allows artists the opportunity to showcase their work and get good feedback from the talented people in the area. This has been anything but a normal year. That's why events like the Hi-Desert Fringe are even more special, because they entertain and yet encourage you to think, which is very important, particularly in these hectic times. So I encourage you to sit back, buckle up, and enjoy your ride on the Fringe.
Thank you, Kevin. That was awesome.
Yeah, yeah. All right. And then up next, we have Grayson Hales. Grayson is our youngest performer at Hi-Desert Fringe this year. He's 14, and I'm so excited to see his show. We've had an opportunity to watch him grow up over the past couple of years, and he is an author. Grayson is going to be sharing excerpts from his novel, The Soul of the Kingdoms, Book 1. And the story revolves around Jacob, who has lost his father and tries to free the world from his father's killer. Will the journey ever be fulfilled?
Hey, Anne, can I say something about Grayson before we?
Yeah,
I just this past week we some of us had worked on a film with another past performer, and the what do you call it? The trailer came out. And I just want to note that Grayson was actually in that film with us.
Yes, he was. Yeah, yeah.
So his
all right. Well, I'm
he's
going to bring
actor and writer. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. He's doing all kinds of fun stuff, and I'm excited to see what he does as he goes into high school and beyond. All right, so I'm going to bring in Grayson. Hi, Grayson. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi. All right.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Grayson, whenever you're ready.
Okay. I'm a breathe in, breathe out. Okay, maybe just take a sip of water. Okay. Introduction. This is a story about a boy named Jacob who, after losing his father, sets out on a journey to thwart his father's killer. He is accompanied by other friends in this journey, but there is a secret about his father's killer that is yet to be revealed. Book 1, Chapter 1. In this world, it is kill or be killed. Unfortunately for Jacob, he would experience that firsthand. Jacob is a muscular teenager with spiky black hair. He wears a black jacket and a white tank top under it. He also has red eyes. Jacob was in history class reading his textbook while listening to the radio. A siren went off. Everyone left out of the building and tried to run home. Jacob sprinted out of the classroom, seeing bodies on the ground. Suddenly, blood splattered on Jacob's face. Jacob finally made it home, where his father, Adam, grabbed and hugged him. There was a loud bang. "Stay down," Adam said. Jacob got down. He waited until he could not take it anymore. He got up and rushed to his dad, but he was too late. His father lay there, blood coming out of the hole in his back. A figure wearing a dark red cloak appeared. Jacob looked at him, red eyes seeping into Jacob's mind. Black smoke clouded around the man, and he was gone. Jacob went to his father, holding his hand. Tears streamed down his face. Jacob got up and grabbed a sword from the shelf in the living room and unsheathed it. The sword was broad and massive. It was a claymore, with writing etched into the blade and the crossguard. Jacob read the inscription on the blade and sheathed it. Jacob ran out to find his friends, his face still wet with tears. His friends Cecilia and Conan were waiting for him. Conan has blonde curly hair. He is average build and he wears normal t-shirts and shorts. Cecilia has beautiful long brown hair and freckles. In the forest, when Jacob saw them, he smiled and broke down crying. Conan and Cecilia ran to him. "Hey, are you okay?" Conan said. "Dad is dead," Jacob said. He choked out his words in between sniffles from crying. Cecilia wrapped her arms around him. She wanted to give an inspiring, "It's going to be okay," but she knew he did not believe it. Jacob walked with them. Thoughts of the images of his father's brutal death and his killer's eyes overcame him. Jacob launched fire at a nearby tree. Conan looked surprised, but Cecilia just looked at him, saddened by what her friend might become. They packed up their belongings and began their journey. Their travels led them to a small town. It was amazing. The town had swordsmiths, which are rare nowadays. The school children were practicing using their magic, and on the other side of their class, kids were training with their weapons. Jacob even saw the commissioner walking around town. They found a hotel and paid for a room. They unpacked their things and set. Chapter 2. Adam and his wife Alice were lying in bed when there was a bang at their door. It was Levi and his soldiers. "Why, hello, Adam, Alice. I would say I am happy to see you, but I'd be lying. I don't feel emotions." Alice, for ignoring me and disobeying me, even though I am your leader," he unsheathed his rapier. "You will learn to respect me." Levi stabbed her in the stomach, blood staining the blade. She fell over. Celia said. "Yes," Jacob said, his body shifting. "You're lying," Celia said, smirking. Come on, tell me what was bothering you," Cecilia said. "I'm fine." "You're lying again." Cecilia looked at Jacob like a stern parent. "Stop keeping secrets from me. I am your friend." "I'm fine," Jacob balled his fist. "You're not fine. I said I'm fine!" "Jacob, these magical outbursts are getting out of hand," Cecilia said. "Why don't you see a therapist?" Cecilia smiled at Jacob but quickly stopped. "I don't need mental help," Jacob said. "You do." Cecilia looked at Jacob seriously. "If you keep on bottling up your feelings like this, it won't be good, especially if you can't control your magic yet." Jacob walked out and Cecilia touched his shoulder. "Don't burn any..." Chapter 3. After his walk, Cecilia picked up a newspaper and gave it to Jacob. "Read it," she said. Jacob scanned the pages. He was furious. He slammed the newspaper down and ran out. Cecilia and Conan ran after him. "Okay, I have an idea," Conan said. "What is it?" Jacob said. You dress up as a Northern soldier and trick the soldiers into letting you in. Jacob nodded. Cecilia and Conan joined Jacob. They went to the train station, bought tickets, and boarded the train. While they were on the train, a little girl in a black dress was crying. Her black dress reminded Jacob of his mother. He leaned closer to the little girl. She stopped crying and gently touched Jacob's face. Jacob smiled at the girl and patted her head. Cecilia looked at Jacob, smiling at his first glimpse of happiness in a while. The train stopped. Jacob waved goodbye to the little girl and got off the train. On the way to the Mortem barracks, Jacob found a clean Mortem soldier uniform. It had red emblazoned all over the coat, with a black X on the armlet. Jacob put on the uniform, and the crew walked to the barracks. Nemolneg ole, Jacob said in a language Conan and Cecilia didn't quite understand. Bonigis ot ira oi era ole, the soldier asked. Sidef gon demos tegem tells tubse. Conan pulled out his pistol. Who the hell are these filthy humans? The soldier said. You don't have to know who we are, Conan said. All we want you to do is let us in. Jacob looked at Cecilia. Cecilia closed her eyes. You will let us in, Cecilia said, and snapped her fingers. Suddenly, a strange feeling overcame the soldier. He stepped aside and let them in. Jacob went to a room and knocked on the door. Who is it? The occupant said. The door opened. Who the hell are you? Mark said. Mark has the same features as Jacob, except Mark has long black hair. I'm Jacob, your older brother. Mark looked at Jacob with disgust. Oh, now you want to come save me. Why didn't you save me when you kidnapped me, huh? Jacob said, before getting interrupted. I don't want to hear it, Mark said. I'm just trying to what? I'm just trying to help you. Fire shot from Jacob's hand and landed at Mark's feet. Well, Levi's coming soon, Mark said. Levi walked into the barracks room. Oh, Jacob, don't suppose you remember me, Levi said. Levi's dark red cloak and rapier was enough for Jacob to know who he was. Come on, Jacob. Let's have a little chat. You come too, Mark, Levi said. They walked out of the barracks to a mansion. The entrance to the mansion had the black X on the carpet, and there was a big flag with the same black X on it. Levi unsheathed the sword. The sword had the black X emblazoned on the blade. The hilt and the crossguard were curved where it looked like two spikes. Levi pointed to Jacob's sword in its sheath. Go on, Levi said. Jacob unsheathed his sword. Jacob slashed at Levi. He blocked. Levi lunged. Jacob parried and slashed at Levi's leg. Levi scoffed. That all you can do? Levi said, smirking. Jacob rolled his eyes and slashed at Levi's arm. Levi flinched a little as blood splayed from the place his arm once was. All right, match over, Levi said. Really? That's it? I would expect more from a leader, Mark said, smirking. Levi put his hands around Mark's throat. Shut up, you brat, Levi said. Let him go, Jacob said. Levi pushed Mark down and pinned him down. Jacob ran over to Levi in a fleeting moment and punched him in the face. Levi's nose bled and he looked at Jacob in fury. Come on, guys, run, Jacob said. They ran out as Levi chased them. You'll pay! You'll pay! Levi screamed. They returned to the train station. The train drove off. Mark rested his head on Jacob's shoulder, and Jacob patted his head like he did when he was a baby. I'm sorry, Jacob, Mark said, his voice breaking. It's okay, Jacob said, tears welling in his face. You're safe now. Chapter 4. Jacob saw the flag with the black X on it. Crap, Jacob exclaimed. Jacob walked out of the house with Cecilia and Conan. Mark, stay right there, Cecilia said. Levi was harming the townsfolk. Jacob, Conan, and Cecilia ran. Jacob's heart was racing and panting, but he wouldn't let him or his friends get killed. The images of his dad's killer's eyes and his father's body flashed in his mind. But he kept running until they got to the police station. Levi appeared behind Jacob. I'll kill you, Jacob yelled. Levi disappeared. Killing him won't get you anywhere, Cecilia said. You'll be the same as him. I don't care, Jacob said. Jacob fell and clenched his stomach. Jacob, Conan exclaimed. He ran over to Jacob. I'm fine, Jacob said. Blood started coming towards somebody, and it turned into claws. Hello, Levi told me all about you, the girl said in a sweet tone. She walked from the darkness. A black cloak was revealed. She chuckled. Hey, the name's Violet, but you can call me, Violet said, but got interrupted. Enough with the pleasantries. If you have a problem, we'll duel. I won't pass up a duel, Jacob said. I apologize. Levi did tell me to kill you, Violet said. She revealed long nails to the point where they looked like claws and cut her hand. Blood trickled down her hand. The blood floated up and turned into a sword. Jacob unsheathed the sword. Violet dashed towards Jacob, their swords clanging loudly. Jacob slashed at Violet's cheek, blood trickling down her face. Violet laughed and shot a spike of blood at Jacob's chest. He fell. Violet walked off. Jacob took the spike out and it dissolved. So are you going to explain to me what the hell just happened? Chapter 5. Jacob was laying in his bed and he struggled to get up. Levi appeared in his room. Jacob finally got up and grabbed a sword and pointed it at Levi. "What are you doing here?" Jacob said. "I want Mark. Hand him over to me or watch your home burn," Levi said and disappeared. Jacob widened his eyes and cursed to himself. He got up and got dressed in his black leather jacket and his bright tank top and went outside and saw Levi and his soldiers walking to the town. The guards grabbed their pistols and shot at Levi. He deflected the bullets and slashed at them with his rapier so fast it was almost a blur. "Go! Hunt them down!" Levi yelled. "Conan, escort everyone outside to their homes," Jacob said. Conan nodded and got to work. Cecilia popped open her bottle of water and the water spilled out into the air. Cecilia turned the water into a dome around her and slammed her hand down, and it blasted the soldier's back. The water splattered to the ground. Cecilia redirected the water back into the bottle. "Okay, you can come out now," Jacob said. Levi walked away and disappeared. Jacob went to his room and laid down for a good 5 minutes until getting up, and he saw his father for a split second. He went and put on his jacket and his shoes and walked to the kitchen and bumped into Cecilia. "Oh, sorry," Cecilia laughed. "All right, see you later. I'm going out to refill my water bottle," Cecilia said. Jacob nodded. Cecilia looked at Jacob. "Your collar is not right. Here, let me fix it," Cecilia said, and walked to Jacob and started straightening his collar. And she looked up at Jacob and kissed him, and she walked away and shut the door. Holy crap. Jacob walked back to his room and slept. A couple hours later, Jacob had a huge decision to make. He walked into the kitchen where everyone was. "Guys, I've decided to leave to master my fire magic," Jacob said. "Okay," Cecilia said. Cecilia and Conan got up and went to hug him. "We'll miss you," Conan said. Cecilia nodded and wiped tears from her eyes. Jacob picked up his bag full of stuff that he needs for his journey. Clothing, matches, his sword, and a picture of his family. When the train arrived, Jacob gave one last hug and kiss to Cecilia and waved goodbye to his family, and got on the train and sat in his seat. He saw the same little girl in the black dress. He smiled. "I'm sure they won't change a bit." All right, here's a sneak peek of book 2. All right, chapter 1. Today was the day Jacob returned home to his friends. Jacob woke up, he and walked to the train station. The train arrived and Jacob got on the train. When Jacob got off the train, he felt heavily nostalgic tears stream down his face. "This is it. This is home," Jacob said, his voice breaking. Jacob walked around to find Cecilia first. She was teaching his class as a substitute teacher. Jacob closed his eyes. He felt a tugging sensation and he appeared behind Cecilia, smoke coming from his feet. He felt a little woozy after teleporting. Jacob touched Cecilia's shoulders. Cecilia looked at Jacob. He now had a beard. He had long black hair instead of his normal spiky hair. He had modified his old sword to be lighter. Thank Mashmiro, I can see you again," Cecilia said softly. Cecilia gave Jacob a warm and protective hug. "Now, children, I will explain what magic comes from," and Cecilia began. She got interrupted by one of the kids. "I already know about magic," this kid said. "All right then, Joseph, tell us," Cecilia said, raising her brow. Joseph began. "All right, class, since Joseph can't explain it, I'll explain it," Celia said jokingly. "So magic comes from your body, which means when you use your magic, you have to breathe. Now let's try summoning an object. Let's try summoning that stapler," Cecilia said. "Breathe in. Breathe out. Now say, summon a victim stapler," Cecilia said. A blue-haired girl wearing a blue dress and with cat ears and a tail. When she saw Jacob, her ears twitched a bit. She ran to Jacob and gave him a hug. She was adorably shorter than Jacob. "Hey, Melissa, how have you been?" Jacob said, laughing. "I've been great," Melissa said. "That's amazing. You have grown so much since I last saw you." Melissa blushed a little bit. "Thanks," Melissa said softly. "Anyway, Cecilia wanted us to surprise you." Cecilia walked in front of Jacob. "What am I supposed to be looking at?" Jacob said. Cecilia pointed to her stomach. Cecilia rolled her eyes. "She's pregnant, dum-dum," Melissa said. Jacob looked shocked. "That's great," Jacob said awkwardly. And this ends the thing.
That's awesome, Grayson.
All right.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. Can
Mhm.
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome, great. I just wanted, we have a few more minutes in your time slot. I wanted to ask you a couple questions maybe about what inspired you to write this story. It's obviously magical, it's in another world. What inspired you?
It was like maybe back in 2013, 2014 when I got the idea. The book was originally titled Memories, and I wrote, and the first draft is nowhere to be found anymore because it was horrible. But I went through like 3 or 4 drafts in the span of a couple years, and then I finally settled on this one.
So you wrote this, you started this 3 or 4 years ago when you were like 10 or 11?
Yeah, like 8 or 9, yeah.
Wow. And how many, you started reading part of the second book. How many books are there?
What I planned for there to be is about 5 or whatever. Yeah, 5.
5, okay. And I know when we started this process, you were working on a screenplay. A screenplay of this book. Is that what you're working on? It's
based off the book. It's a project that I'll be doing way later.
And what grade are you going into, Grayson? What grade are you going into?
8th grade.
You're going into 8th grade. Wow. And in school, do you do a lot of writing? Is writing like your favorite subject? What
Yep.
It is?
Yep, and drama as well.
And drama as well. And what do you do when you're not writing and doing drama?
I'm usually working on other projects that I work on as well.
Okay. And how have you been dealing with all of the stuff that's been happening in the world? Like, are you enjoying? Did you enjoy the sheltering at home process? Or
yeah, I enjoyed it. It was it gave me a lot of time to work on my projects and stuff like that.
No, that's awesome. That's awesome. And I know Kevin is your dad, and do you have any other like pets and things that hang out with you guys at the house?
No, I mean some things that happen. We sometimes we go out, get something to eat or whatever, but yeah, we sometimes get something to eat. We talk and stuff like that because I don't have much people to talk to except for online friends.
Okay, and have you been spending a lot of time online, texting and doing like that? Okay, and then what do you think about the Hi-Def Fringe Festival? Are you having a good time so far? Is the process good for you?
It's a
what do you want to tell the world who's watching about your writing process, about the world, the state of events? Anything you want to share with us?
I might, if you allow me, I could reveal some of the characters' ages.
That'd be great. Yeah, do tell us more.
So during book 1, Jacob is like 18, 19 years old, and during book 2, he is like 20, like in his 20s and mid 20s.
Okay.
It was a 3-year gap of his journey, as in like when he left to go train, it was a 3 or 4 year period of time.
Hey, I got a question for you as a writer. So you were started this when you were 8 or 9, right? You're now 14, and you're writing about characters that are like in their 18s. They're like 18 and older. What's your inspiration for writing those older characters?
Mostly because what inspired me was just like things like, I don't know. I didn't really get inspired. I just wanted to make characters that were like older because usually things of the young adult thing usually always has teenagers, and I wanted to stray away from that. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make a lot of them adults.
That's really inspirational. Anything else you want to say to our audience out there?
I hope you guys enjoyed it. I guess be on the lookout for other projects. I will work on.
Awesome. Okay. Grayson, I'll say, hey, I just want to ask you, I'm not really pushing the film, but I was talking about it. Do you remember working on the film Rasputin's Curse with us?
Yeah, I do.
Was filmmaking fun for you?
Yeah, it was pretty fun. It was a good thing I was an extra because I didn't really have that many lines.
I've got to say though, Grayson, it always made my day when I saw that you were going to be on set that day. So yeah, you're a great acting partner to work with.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, Grayson, thank you so much. And Anne, we're going to turn this back over to you.
Okay.
Oh, great. Thanks, Grayson.
Yep, you're welcome.
All right.
Living on the fringe. Here we are.
Do I just end the Zoom? Do I just leave? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So next we're going to have a few more videos. One is from our youngest volunteer, Veronica, who's now 7. And then it's from one is from Andy Harmon, who is an amazing improviser and teacher. He studied with Viola Spolin when he was a young whippersnapper. All right. So we'll have some videos. All right.
Hi. My name is Veronica, and I am 7 years old.
Uh-huh.
And I am I'm kind of in between 1st and 2nd grade because, like, I am done with 1st grade, but I haven't gotten into 2nd grade.
Okay, well, congratulations on finishing 1st grade.
And so
how long have you been involved with the Hi-Desert Fringe Festival?
like 2 or 3 years.
Oh, great. So what did you enjoy most about the in-person festival?
Selling food and drinks and eating and drinking food and drinks.
Oh, did you have fun doing improv?
Yes.
Yeah, and what about when you got to make the masks?
It wasn't that interesting, but my favorite part was getting to be in a play with my Girl Scout troop.
Oh, okay, great. So what do you think about the festival being online this year?
I think it'll be nice.
Yeah?
Because I don't have to get dressed.
You don't have to get dressed. Okay.
That's probably the weirdest answer yet.
Well, do you want to look up and tell us anything else about the Hi-Desert Fringe?
Yes, it was fun.
It was fun? All right, do you want to say bye-bye to everybody?
Bye!
You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe.
Hi, my name is Andy Harmon. I work down in the low desert, teaching improv and running a writers group called the Writers Studio. I worked for several years at the CV Rep Conservatory. Now I teach independently. But over the last 2 years, I have done a couple of talks at High Def and had a chance to see how it all works and the opportunities it gives to people. Well, the first, I guess it was 2 years ago, I did a talk, a lecture demonstration about conflict in improv. So I ran this workshop, and there were 2 volunteers from the audience, and they made a beautiful little scene together and had a lot of fun practicing saying yes to each other as players, but blocking each other or one blocking the other as characters. So I remember that with great fondness and enjoyment as the audience kind of chipped in and participated.
And then maybe we'll see God. Yes. See God.
How are theater and the arts relevant to the times we're living in? Well, it's hard for me to answer that question in some way because my whole life has been given over to teaching the arts, both in business and among the general public, and in schools and in drama schools and in groups. So to me, theater and the arts is my life. And so the question about why is it important is almost impossible for me to answer. It's like saying, why is breathing important? Well, because it keeps you alive. There was a wonderful book that I bought called Why Cats Paint. Now, it turns out that cats do not paint. It was created as a kind of joke. But in some way, it expressed what I believe is a universal desire to express ourselves in some way. And also the delight of doing it well. I think the big word that springs to mind is opportunity. And it's an opportunity to do your own work as opposed to someone else's play or someone else's piece, even though you may be part of a team that's collaborating. The whole idea of Fringe seems to me to be one of working together to show and share something new. And it's always, it's always a risk. Sometimes the pieces are really fascinating and gripping, and sometimes, well, they're not. But that's not the point. This space of original work that's risky to do, but comes from the place of enthusiasm and, I get passionate self-desire to express yourself, or desire to express yourself, is, I think, unique to Fringe. How do I see theater and performance changing as we go forward? Well, I don't know. For me, there is a special quality to live performance, which is almost indefinable, that makes it possible to have an experience in the theater that's not exactly like anything else. In the theater, in my view, is different than movies. My wonderful wife, put it this way. She said, movies are make-believe real, and theater is real make-believe. And there is something about a live performance, even when it's been rehearsed and scripted, is we're welcomed into the world of this story or this tragedy or this comedy in a way that transcends the story. It transcends the acting, it transcends the directing. All of those elements are involved. But it kind of puts us in touch with some kind of deep aspect of ourselves. Now, this new deal, which is not what I'm doing because I'm pre-recording this, but what you're seeing at this Fringe show is live theater over Zoom. It's not like taped. It's not cut, pasted, cleaned up. It's what it is. And we'll just have to find out what that leads to when it happens. I hope this doesn't go on for ever and ever. But as long as it does, we're going to find out more about what we're doing. Hi, my name's Andy Harmon.
You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. living on the free. Say I'm living on the free. I say I'm living on.
Okay. Thank you, Andy Harmon. Thank you, Veronica.
Okay.
We are at the Hi-Desert Fringe Festival. We're streaming live around the world. We just had a wonderful performance by Grayson Hale's Souls of the Kingdom. And we're moving on. We've got another act waiting to go on.
Yes, we do.
This next performance is called Moving the Mountain, and it's by an out-of-state performer, out of California, named Abby Paland. Abby is a recent graduate of the University of Cincinnati College Conservatory of Music. And her play, Moving the Mountain, is one person's real-life fairy tale. She says she's Abby is a non-binary, jolly human being, and she's going to find out in this production what it means to be human. So, without further ado, Abby Paland.
All right. Hi, Abby.
Hello, am I heard?
Yes.
Yeah, can you turn that up?
Yeah. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Is it possible for you to turn your screen? Because right now you're sideways.
Oh, let me see.
There you go.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
I'm gonna tape my phone to this stand.
Okay.
Great.
Goofy here. Let's try this.
Living on the fringe.
Living on the fringe. I'm going to be dreaming about your song forever.
All right, it's a hit.
All right. And now.
Oh, that's beautiful, Abby.
All right. Oh, yay. Welcome to Hi-Desert Fringe.
Oh, no.
I planned the wrong way, the wrong landscape.
Oh. Well, hey, this is how we know it's live theater, right?
That looks great. That looks awesome. Okay, so without further ado, Moving the Mountain.
Yeah.
I feel introducing me. Hey, my name is Abby Paland, and sometimes I feel like an alien. For somebody with such a smiley voice, I love punk music. The average mosh pit fills me with more joy than a 12-year-old gets from a golden retriever. My interests include wearing clothes that make me feel zesty, chanting the Communist Manifesto, and swapping sagas drunk with strangers. I just feel like really connected to your story. I collect stories, and I stick them in my shoes so I can feel their weight when I walk. You're about to hear a lot of the stories from my little collection, but mainly you're about to hear the story of Abby versus Edna and how I took that bitch down. I'm an artist and an actor and a Leo and a lot more, but introductions are hard, and you're going to get me by the end of this podcast, regardless of how it starts. So hi, welcome to Moving the Mountain. There's no perfect way to start a messy story, so buckle up and let's get started. Halloween. I'm a freshman in college, majoring in acting at the University of Cincinnati College Conservatory of Mouthful. And as you can imagine, every young artist was trying to find the perfect costume. Me being me, I just decided to go as myself. I have this old photo of myself from kindergarten where I'm sitting on the front steps in this plaid dress, absolutely cheesing for the camera. The perfect touch for the costume was a slick set of roller skates, which I didn't have in the photo, but I also didn't have in real life. When I went online and saw their real skates were $285.77, I was horrified, and I said no to that purchase, but I still really wanted the skates. So I went on eBay and I bought a pair of children's size 13 roller skates for $10. And I cut the wheels out of the children's skates, and then I took a pair of combat boots from Rue 21 and I cut the boot part off of that. I then took 14 pairs of shoelaces and just tied the whole thing together around my foot. Boom. Do-it-yourself roller skates. My toes did hang off the edge a little bit, and so did about an inch of my heel, but one day, I lit up like 7 sticks of incense and I just started skating up and down the dorm floors. I made it up and down the entire building before I started getting chased by the RAs. I was waiting for the elevator on floor 9, and I heard out of the left corner of my ear,
"Have you seen someone roller skating around trying to start a fire?"
I wasn't trying to start a fire, but I can see how it could have maybe been interpreted that way. And that's when I saw it. An open door. And I knew the girls that lived there. So what had happened is that a couple weeks before, somebody had been screaming in the trash can and using a broom to sweep themselves across the floor while crying dramatically. And so, I knocked on some doors and I was like, "Is your roommate emotionally compromised?" And I met them at that point in time because I'd knocked on their door. So I talked to them and I knew them, but I didn't really know them, but I figured I had to try something. So I busted into their room. "Hey guys, so I'm kind of being chased by the RAs. Not a big deal, super chill. Could you hide me?" Now, the second I finished that sentence, an RA popped their head into the door.
"I'm looking for someone roller skating around with a candle. Have you seen them?"
Those dazzling floor 3 angels said no. And to this day, the RAs don't know who exactly was trying to burn down the dorm hall on roller skates.
Yeah, what?
So, don't tell on me. I'm a big Abby Palin alien skating around the world looking for something exciting. And Abby Palin, it's actually a little isolating to try and talk to people sometimes because I don't want to change. Sometimes it feels like everybody around me is trying to change who they are and become this person that they aren't. It's like everyone is trying to find a character instead of finding themselves. Change is very different from growth. Change is fueled by other people and their perception of you.
Where'd you get that, Goodwill?
GameStop is the best place ever. I can't believe you don't like it.
You look stupid.
Everybody's judging you. Or it's fueled by your shitty perception of yourself.
They're probably right. Nobody thinks I'm good enough.
I need to get my shit together.
Why am I so awkward?
I hate my skin. I hate myself. Then you let these perceptions into your life as fact, and you let your view of yourself warp based on the judgments that have no bearing in reality. And then you decide to change. And you change based on opinions that won't make you a happier or more authentic person. Growth happens after you recognize something has made you change or something makes you want to change. You let the untrue thought or comment in, and then you turn it on its head. You make that unkind remark or thought an opportunity to accept yourself or accept you want to find a better way to be yourself. I need to get my shit together. I'm going to get a planner. You look stupid.
So what? I like what I wear.
Nobody thinks I'm good enough, but who cares what they think? I keep dozing off in classes. I think I'm going to try and get more sleep. Growth happens because we have our best interest at heart. Change doesn't need that. Don't change. You won't ever change enough. It's tiring. And I don't know how you feel, but I hate being tired. Ooh, I guess now is as good a time as any to introduce Edna. Edna, say hi. Yeah, she's a bitch. She's also not real. The summer after I was a junior in high school, I lived in Murray, Kentucky with a summer program called the Governor's Scholars Program. And there were weekly speeches called Between a Tweet and a Blog. Teachers would get up and share life stories. And I went all 5 weeks that it happened, amazed at the people around me and their capacity for growth. One woman, I don't remember her name, got up to give a speech on the 4th or 5th week. She was the last one to speak, and I remember I thought it was strange because there were usually 10 stories, and she made the story count 11. She started by admitting she hadn't been planning to share her story that day, but that the world asked her to. The day before, a survivor had come to campus to talk about sexual assault in Kentucky. And all around, people complained about how boring it was and how it didn't relate to them as high school students. But that woman proved them all wrong. She was a survivor herself, and she shared her story.
I'm telling this story for 3 reasons. 1, I'm telling this story for everyone who shared my experience and can't yet tell their story. And 2, I'm telling this story for myself because I need to hear it.
To believe it.
Because I'm still healing
Every single day.
And 3, because every single person in this room right now has woken up. And why would you go back to sleep when you can be awake?
Waking up. What a beautiful way to explain awareness. It's every moment you decided to grow instead of change. Waking up is the first step of moving a mountain. One time at a college party, I threw up in the sink. So 4 months later, I met one of the homeowners in a coffee shop. And the second I saw her, I just started word vomiting all over her. It was me that threw up in your sink 4 months ago. I'm so sorry. And then she stared at me and looked down and looked back and looked up and looked all around and gave herself whiplash looking in every direction. And then was like,
what are you talking about?
Yeah, so she'd completely forgotten. So I'm over here stressing for 4 months. Well, she probably forgot 4 or 5 days after the event. I woke up in that moment. Maybe telling the truth is better than acting a fool and then festering in it. See, what wakes you up isn't important. It can be a really, really big thing or a really, really little thing. The only thing that matters is that you stay awake. See, when you don't listen to a lesson the first time, you just keep looking for the same lesson. Me, Abby Palian, I get high off pure achievement. Just the act of doing something hard. I ran for a full year, topping long distances every weekend. I would finish a long run and sit on the kitchen floor just staring at the wall. My body would buzz. Edna would be silent for minutes at a time, sometimes hours. But I pushed myself too hard just to keep Edna quiet. One morning, running a 10-miler, my legs felt weird, and I pushed through it for a mile, but they gave up. I hit the ground, my calves burning with every movement, and I remember getting angry, so angry. I got up and started running again, breaking a pace I had never run before. 1 mile, 2 miles, tears streaming down my face, and the screaming in my head that I needed to run. I needed to run. I couldn't finish the run. I tried to run for weeks after, and the pain didn't go away. The doctor I saw told me to take care of yourself, eat more, stretch more, and look at the physical therapy. But I just gave up. There was no achievement in stretching, or physical therapy, or eating. There was no glory in healing. I remember staying with the host family in Germany before I went to GSP. I would take daily runs down the pathway in the same town of Dusseldorf. That's right, Dusseldorf. The Bikestrasse that ran through the town was about 20 miles long, and you could run to towns over. Edna and I used to run to a train station 6 or 7 miles away and go back. That's how I spent my entire summer, running. I would finish a run and go to a room that wasn't mine, where I would stare in a mirror that wasn't mine and look at a body that had completely stopped feeling like mine. Edna isn't my high school bully or my ex-partner. Edna is my mountain, the darkest part of who I am. Edna is my eating disorder. When I filter my younger years through this lens of addictive achievement, it makes sense that I got an eating disorder. I was a perfectionist in high school. I got all A's in every class. APs didn't stand a chance. I was the type of human Edna loves to make her bitch. It was never the grades or the running that I liked. It was what happened after. It was the achievement. When achievement becomes the only thing that fills you up, you lose yourself. I loved ending runs, but I hated running. I loved taking home perfect grades, but I hated school. And when the grades and the distances and the weight loss wasn't satisfying, I'd just do more. I craved nothing less than perfection, and I was willing to change anything to get there. The last week of Between a Tweet and a Blog at GSD, the counselors announced that students would be telling their stories, and 10 students would be chosen. I got chosen to speak my story. One of the first dates I took with my now ex-boyfriend was to GameStop. I don't have a problem with GameStop, don't get me wrong, but 3 hours inside of a GameStop is a very, 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 very long time. Listen up, kids. GameStop is not an ideal date at all. I mean, it wasn't 100% awful. It was more like 88% awful. I saw the Pokemon game I played when I was 5, and I played Dance Dance Revolution until I was sweaty and froze. The real downers were the fact that the night was mostly singular and not with him, and the rides there and back because we had nothing in common. Nothing. The really sad part is the fact that I dated him for 4 months after this incident. I pretended I liked what he liked. I Googled half the Star Treks. I stumbled through the Star Wars. I pretended that I hated Harry Potter and the Hunger Games because they were too mainstream. And it was a lie. And when he broke up with me because I wasn't his favorite flavor of ice cream, I was pretty confused. See, I have this pattern. I'm a serial people pleaser. I worry so much about other people that I forget me, myself, and I need love and attention as well. One of my first shows was at the University of Cincinnati. I played Lizard and Frog and Toad. It was our first dress rehearsal, and I watched the other girls expertly apply makeup. Their moms were stage moms, and they were God's gift to the world. And I really, really, really wanted to be. So on opening night, I stole some of my mom's makeup, and I painted my face to look pretty. But when you don't know anything about makeup, it isn't pretty, and people will laugh. And you will wonder why fitting in is so hard. In 6th grade, I was called larger than normal during a BMI test in health class, but I didn't care because I was me. And me was large and loved ice cream and Harry Potter. But in 9th grade, when a friend had the audacity to call me a pig, I realized I hated myself. So I lost weight, but also so much more. I lost friends, sanity, what made me me. I traded warmth for bones and love for hate and joy for depression. I was cold, like wrapped in 3 blankets with freezing limbs and hair that fell out in clumps as I withered away. I became a person whose first thought when the doctor informed me my liver was failing and I was dying was nobody cares anyway, and whose second was, I wish I was thinner. My eating disorder, my choice of friends, my self-beratement, and my self-disguise reflects my pursuit of senseless perfection. My pursuit to be the thin, pretty girl who could call other girls pigs. I really wanted to be like one of them, but the thing is, I'm not them. I'm me. I'm Abby. I love theater and warm hugs and puns and people who make me think. And I love the moment I realized that me, myself, and I are all synonyms for perfectly imperfect. I'm Abby. I'm me. And I hate GameStop. You know what that feeling is? It's the feeling of waking up. I tried to change my story instead of telling the truth.
Posted the 8th of November, 2015, 9:41 p.m.
3 months after the speech, on a pro-anorexia website I'd been a member of for almost 4 years.
I gained. I'm so done. I hate myself so much, but I eat because I feel gross and awful and make myself feel worse. Can anybody even remotely relate? I hate myself so much and I need to see the light at the end again. I feel like every day kills me a little more.
I thought I was recovered when I wrote that speech. Oh boy, was I wrong. Eating disorders are scary because they can tell you anything and you want to believe it. It works like this. The eating disorder will take all of your insecurities, all of your anxiety, and all of your troubles and pack the pain into a lunchbox and tell you that it's all going to be okay. At first it works. You feel better. But then, slowly but surely, as you get colder and colder and colder, you realize she buried you too. And there's no exit in sight. Edna had convinced me to sacrifice my authenticity for her. She told me that if I made every single person in that auditorium believe that I was okay, we could recover together in secret. Nobody had to know what was happening. And the two of us could live happily ever after. But saying that speech out loud, lying to a room full of people who truly believed me, I woke up. It's time to say the thing of the thing in the thing. Moving the mountain. So, small Abby has finally seen a mountain in their head for the first time. What the fuck do I do? Well, first, I need to really look at it. If I'm about to tackle this mountain head on, I need to see it from every single angle. The first part of waking up hits you like a lightning bolt. You're jolted awake with the truth. But the process of waking up actually comes in waves. Think about how large a mountain actually is and how many sides and angles you can see it from. There's a lot to see with one mountain. It takes time to fully see a mountain you've built. And you have to be able to fully see it before you can start moving it. And sometimes before you even want to start moving it. It's how I can realize that I have an eating disorder and then a couple months later post on a pro-anorexia blog. There's a lot of denial in the soup of waking up and a lot of obsession. Obsession is a good word for what waking up feels like. I felt like I was spending more time thinking about food, more time thinking about the way that I looked, angry because I realized Edna was destroying me and control was taking away my sense of purpose in life. Recovery's like that though. It's strangely necessary to obsess because it's you obsessing. You identify that other voice in your head. And once you can see it, or in my case, her, you can start to destroy it. The phase where healing becomes an obsession instead of a reality doesn't last forever. Thank God. See, our darkest moments, they don't teach us about humanity's warpedness or our capacity to suffer. They teach us that we're stronger than we know. Strong. 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 What does that word even mean? To me, it had always meant control. When you have an eating disorder, shrinking is the only way to grow. But control isn't strength. Letting go of that control takes a lot more. This summer, I backpacked and kayaked in Alaska. I called my grandma before I left. Ring, 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 ring. Absolutely terrified. I didn't know if I was going to be strong enough. This is what she said to me.
Abby, it's important to scare yourself. Because it's the only way to grow. And letting yourself grow is what makes someone strong.
That really meant something to me at the time. I realized later how to condense it. It's brave to wake up. It's strong to stay awake. Bread and Puppet was the first place I was asked to be who I was instead of who I wanted to be. Oh, what's Bread and Puppet? I'm so glad that you asked. Buckle up. I heard about Bread and Puppet from a friend in acting school. I only knew two things, camping and theater. But with that limited knowledge, I knew it was the place for me. I spent that summer on a commune in the Northeast Kingdom of Vermont, the Bread and Puppet Theater Company. I made cheap art from cardboard on a farm with 80 artists from around the world, all coming together to avoid showers and find out what it means to be a resourceful artist in this day and age. We learned different skills every day from 9 to 5 at the farm. Yep, the farm. And yeah, we did perform in all white, and we did have a burpee show to the Communist Manifesto.
All bits, fast, roads, and relations with their train of ancient and venerable prejudices and opinions. Our sons
It was really fun. The people at Bread and Puppet embraced life. They were wonderfully weird, and every person was so comfortable in who they be. There was a fashion designer from London who created clothes that reflected a world that she could see, full of funky patterns and sunny words. A stood for connection to the present. There was E, a non-binary bass player from Columbus who knew how to make anyone laugh. E stood for stability. There was P, non-binary stand-up comic from Richmond, Virginia, who worked in an Amazon factory and aspired to smell like a Dairy Queen. And they really did. P stood for acceptance. And there was K, a Hungarian woman who lit up any room that she was in. K stood for genuine love. The people I met on the farm were loved for who they were. They didn't have to change or achieve or suffer to be loved. They were authentic, and that was all that they needed. And that scared Edna more than anything. She shrunk for the first time in my life. At Bread and Puppet, I met a version of me that I had never met before. And I liked them. They enjoyed stilting and sorting recycling and the thrift shop that was a 2-mile walk down the road. And I wanted to be that person, not some idea of a person. For the first time, I defined the difference between Abby and Edna. This was my final wave of waking up. At Bread and Puppet, I realized I was done seeing the mountain. It was time to move it. I could kill Edna. And when she caught her breath, of course I was scared, but I was ready. Authentic people can inspire the others around them to grow. They are heroes. I want to redefine the term hero. A hero isn't superhuman. A hero is so human they can't help but make everybody else feel super. It doesn't take much to be the growth you want to see in the world. All it takes is being here and taking a stand for what you care about. So, you've got a mountain in front of you, and you can see it for exactly what it is, and you can see it for exactly what it's done. And what it is not something you can karate chop down. Believe it or not, it's impossible to move an entire mountain at once. Humans physically can't do this. But there was one day that my Alaskan team, we took a day hike up a mountain we were camping at the base of. We scaled up the side of the mountain, and with every step we took, rocks fell. And I realized in that moment that we were moving the mountain. It was just one rock at a time. And that's kind of what you have to do. Start grabbing some rocks. I started talking about what was genuinely happening to me without making it sound better than it actually was. I started connecting to the truth, which brought authenticity into my life. And that brought people into my life. I met B. B knew Edna the same way I knew Edna. And when we talked about her, Edna would leave the room. It's really lonely to have an eating disorder because eating disorders thrive in secrecy. And B and I kept each other from being alone in the fight. And I hadn't expected that at all. Expectations make or break a moment. The best moments in my life are all broken expectations. The best concert that I have ever been to was a punk show in the basement of a Donato's Pizza in Columbus. I don't know if you've ever been in a mosh pit or if you've ever seen a mosh pit, but it kind of feels like this. Can you hear? I can't hear. So sweaty. In the middle of the mosh pit, having the time of my life, another expectation broke. Even though I was having such a positive day, Edna came for me. I suddenly became incredibly aware of my body, people touching my body, how much space I took up. But I didn't want to stop. Abby was enjoying this. Edna was the one that wasn't. And you bet your ass I fought for that moment to be mine. This was my first mosh, and it was fucking spectacular. It turns out moshing is a lovely form of mindfulness. I think I blacked out that night on pure joy, pushing miserable strangers around who were just happy to be miserable with each other. I didn't expect that night to be one of the best nights of my entire life. So wait, how was I able to quiet Edna in the mosh pit? To finally let go of all the control? Short answer? Therapy. The experts aren't wrong, folks. Therapy works, and asking for help helped me move a lot of my mountain. There is no shame in asking for help. The only things that don't want you to ask for help, and the only people that don't want you to ask for help, probably don't have your best interests at heart. I went to the Eating Recovery Center when I was a sophomore in college, where I learned that the voice in my head that I'd learned to identify wasn't necessarily me. And so I named her. I named her Edna. You know, plants have always reminded me of people. We all require different essentials to keep us healthy and happy. We all change and grow, shedding leaves and pots as the seasons shift. And we all have deep roots that help us navigate the world. And sometimes our roots are rotten. One time I accidentally put the wrong fertilizer in a lamb's ear pot. I had to take the plant out of the soil and cut away the infected roots so that the plant could grow new ones and stay alive. At the Eating Recovery Center, I learned how many of my roots were rotting me from the inside out. I'd been filling myself up with the wrong thing all along. And when I cut away all the bad parts, there wasn't much there. But at the core of my infected roots, I found something untouched. It was hope. Radical hope. I value hope. Values are the reasons why we live our lives. It's everything that fills us up without digging new holes. Everything that keeps us awake. Edna doesn't value anything that I value. Edna only values perfection. And here's the problem with perfection. You can't ever achieve it. And so you aren't ever full. You aren't ever happy. You aren't ever thin enough. You aren't ever pretty enough. You aren't ever enough. And Edna won't be satisfied until you die. I value kindness and growth and the feeling of a good hug and painting and poetry and roller skating and clothes. I love clothes. It's kind of the most gendered thing about me. I have this thing where I compulsively change what I'm wearing just because I love the feelings that clothes make you feel. And the wackier I look, the zestier I feel. See, in the real world, you can hide behind the brightest colors and the wackiest patterns. You can't do that in the woods. Every day when you're backpacking, you put on the same pair of clothes and you walk from point A to point B with the same group of people. There's nothing to hide behind. Spending weeks upon weeks with the same group of people reveals everything beyond what you look like. There's no room for anything other than who you are. Edna emphasizes how much space you take up. So it made sense wearing the same layers of clothes for weeks and weeks and weeks on end. Edna found a lot of creative things to say to me. And she did. But I'd done a lot of work moving my mountain at that point in time. So I found it very possible to cope with those thoughts. I canoed through Canada a couple of years prior, and it was very similar. Still moving from point A to point B with the same group of people, and still learning everything beyond what a person looked like. But that trip was 3 years prior, before I started actively moving rocks in my mountain. And Edna tore me apart. She hurt me. And you know what? That's really sad. I wish that that wasn't the truth. But when I compared my Alaska experience to my Canada experience, I realized that I was different. I had values that were more important than weight and appearance and perfection. I had grown. I was Abby. In Alaska, I wholeheartedly accepted that who I was had nothing to do with what I looked like. Who you are isn't what you look like. And with that one realization, I rewrote the story that Edna had fed me for far too long. With that one realization, I killed Edna for good. So what now? How do I finally put this demon to bed? You kiss it goodbye. You don't need them anymore. And then you turn around and walk away. We can't choose the pain that happens in our life, but we can choose not to suffer. Are you happy? Are you, right now, in this very second, happy with your life? This story was about Abby versus Edna. But let's be really real for a second. Edna isn't real. Edna's just a performance. Edna is how I talk about the darkest part of me. Edna is just me being an asshole to myself. The real battle was Abby versus Abby. It was me taking down the fact that I hated myself. I loathed myself. And I built Edna to try and make it better. Edna's my enemy, but I am the creator. The problem in my life was never that I wasn't skinny or wasn't pretty, that I wasn't feminine enough, or that I wasn't talented enough. The problem was that I couldn't see it in myself. We have to be so careful about the things we choose to believe about ourselves. If you whisper into your ear night after night after night that you're horrible and unlovable and undeserving, you're building yourself an enemy. You're building your own destruction. Everyone has this deep desire to be loved. And I think sometimes we think we have to change to be loved. I know I believed that. At the end of the day, there is one person you are going to spend the rest of your life with, and that's you. I don't know what you think about when you look in the mirror. I don't know where or who you call home. But if you have a voice in the back of your head spewing you shit, challenge them to war. Ask yourself to win. I promise that life can get better. I promise that you can be happy. One more question for you. Are you awake?
Oh, yay!
Yay!
You,
That was
Abby!
awesome, Abby. Thank you so much coming to us live from Michigan. And by the way, I love your studio. It's a great space.
Me too. She's
Great. So we hope to see you again, Abby, at our next Hi-Desert Fringe. And I know that you were out there. You were out there last week protesting, and we want to thank you for going out there and doing that. And I don't have anything else to say. It was really moving, and I love what you did. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank
See
you
you
so much, Abby.
soon. Bye-bye. Thank you. Okay, so we're back live.
Yes, we are back live at the Hi-Desert Fringe Festival in the high desert of California. And up next, we have a video from Rebecca Havley, who is a local actor and director, and she found some really fun props to use in her video. So yeah, and I'll just remind everybody that this is a pay what you can event. So if you are feeling moved to swing some financial support our way, you can contribute over at highdesertfringe.org and on Venmo at Project Sheba. Anything else?
I'm sorry, and I also want to remind everyone, if you pay $25 or more, that you will get a free download of Chris Schaffner's wonderful music. So think about that, and yeah. On to Rebecca.
All right, it's Rebecca Havley's video.
You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Havely, a local director of theater, musical theater, dramas, comedies, plays, and this is the third year in a row that the producers of the Hi-Desert Fringe Fest have included me, and I thank you. They have asked me to answer an interesting question, a serious question. Do I believe theater will ever be the way it once was? And I would like to give that a serious answer, but since this is a fringe fest, I would like to add something to this video style performance in the way of props to help me answer the question in a more effective way, in a more visually effective way for this new way that fringe is being done. So my answer is yes, I do think theater will eventually be what it once was, but it's going to take a little time, a little bit of time before things get back to the way they were.
Okay, so I am here. We're having a little technical difficulty, I guess, with Rebecca's video, and I'm sure Anne is on the technical end getting that all sorted out. In the meantime, well, I could give you a little more, well, I could tell you coming up that we are going to have a performance by some excellent performers. Gary Powers is coming up next with the show called Bittersweet Memories in Story and Songs. I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be followed by a presentation called The Singing Rabbi. That's going to come to you around 5-ish. The Singing Rabbi is about a woman who is introducing tantric practices to her Jewish practice in creating spirituality. We're also going to have with us later in the show Turia Autry, and she is going to be doing a show called Poetic License. She's a fabulous spoken word artist, so I would like hang around and see what that's going on. If you ever wanted to know what was going on in your life, oh, I know, there is going to be a tarot lesson here. We have a actor, performer, Roy Boucher, and he's going to be teaching us how to read tarot in 30 minutes. I don't know if you've ever tried to read tarot, but I have, and it's more like 30 years. But so I'm really interested in seeing what he's going to do. Coming up after, oh, wait, and I think now we're back. So, hi, Anne, you there?
I am so sorry about that.
That's all right. Just filling in for you there.
Yeah. So here we are. Let's see here. Great. Okay. How about if we go ahead and go straight into Gary's performance?
Great. I love it.
Rebecca's video is available for viewing on the Hi-Desert Fringe YouTube page and also on the Hi-Desert Fringe Facebook page. So if anybody was in the middle of watching that, I apologize. We're going to go ahead and introduce Gary and bring him in. Gary Powers is performing a show for us called Bittersweet Memories in Story and Song. And Gary is an actor who's based in Palm Springs. He's also a singer, songwriter, and comedian. He's a graduate of Emerson College in Boston, and he studied with Millen Stitt of the Circle Repertory and was mentored by John Kander, who composed Cabaret. This performance that he's doing, Bittersweet Memories, captures the often sad beauty of life with story and song. I'm going to go ahead and bring in Gary.
Great, thanks, Anne.
Yeah. An actor who's based in Palm Springs. He's also a singer, songwriter. Hi, Gary. He's a graduate of Emerson College in Boston. Thanks for bearing with us. Thanks for bearing with us. And we're going to go ahead and start your performance here. Bittersweet Memories. I don't know where that is coming from. I apologize.
Gary, is your do you have another computer in your room?
No, I unfortunately had you guys on another screen, the Fringe Festival, so I got rid of it.
Okay,
got rid of it.
Great. So we're going to go ahead and make you the spotlight presenter, and welcome to Hi-Desert Fringe.
Thank you. I'm so grateful to be here.
Yeah, thank you.
This show is called Bittersweet, and these are original songs and monologues that I'm very grateful to be performing here today. Every Sunday alone in the same pew at church, no one hears what she says when she prays. She looks to the cross knowing answers won't come, wondering why she's alone one more day. Her fingers will cling to those worn rosary beads she holds fast as they slip through her hands. She wants to go back to the days long ago when she longed for a gold wedding band. A priest told her, try to get rid of things from the past, and she's tried many times to be free. She wants to return to the days long ago when her dream was as close as could be. She goes round and round in circles. Every day she's racing, but where? She goes round and round, now she's upside down. She lived and she loved, now she's lost. One more glance at the cross as she runs for the bus, looking out, never out, that's her way. At home in her chair, lost again in her thoughts, bittersweetness she is every day. She crawls into bed, sleep will take her away to the place where she's happy and free. In the arms of her love, all her dreams will come true, but alone in that bed she will be. She goes round and round in circles, something old, something borrowed, she's blue. Still circling around, will she ever slow down? She might die wondering why in that pew. She goes round and round in circles, where she'll stop is anyone's guess. She'll never slow down till she's deep in the ground, 'cause she lived and she loved, now she's lost. No, she'll never slow down till she's deep in the ground, 'cause she lived and she loved, now she's lost. She goes round and round in circles. She goes round and round in circles. She goes round and round in circles. She goes round and round in circles.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dewey Havanoff, and I was asked to come here today to share with you something which happened to me in the park. I wanted to sing you a little song, but unfortunately, the man who created this extravaganza today could not afford an accompanist. So I will try to tell you what happened that day in the park, and I can't seem to get him out of my mind. Oh, I saw a poor person today. Quite obviously, this unfortunate had lost his way. I said, "Begone, you silly bum. You should go back to where you came from." Oh, I had an encounter with a poor person today. I went right up to this creature and I said, "Why have you come into this park?" Well, he didn't answer me. No, he simply started to bark. He said, "It might be my birthday today, if in fact it's the 1st of May. Oh, well, I became intrigued by a poor person today. He said, "By chance, do you have any cake?" asked the man. I said, "Of course not," which sent him rummaging through a nearby trash can. I said, "My good man, please stop. If you'd like, I could take you to IHOP. Could I be kind to a poor person today?" Well, he ordered 6 or 7 entrees, then started to cry. "No one's ever been kind to me," he said. "Oh, could I get some pie?" Bad luck had come his way, and for some reason it was up to me to make his day. Could I be important to a poor person today? We walked back together to the park. He had food for a week. But in that short time together, well, I no longer saw him as a freak. He said, "I hope to see you soon." And then he waved at me with an IHOP spoon. Did I just make a friend of a poor person today? All evening I thought of that encounter in the park when a total stranger pulled me from the dark. I now know that there but for the grace of God go I, along with my newfound obsession for pie. Did a poor person change my life today? Yes, a poor person changed my life today. Oh, Sugar, you ever think about the Berlin Wall? I mean, instead of them tearing it down, I think they should have just painted it another color. Now, I'm not talking nothing extravaganza like the 16th Chapel or nothing like that. I'm just talking about a coat of paint. No, you know what? They should have painted it black. And then at night, it would have been, how you say, indivisible. And you know what they say, once you go black, you're never gonna do crack. We songwriters, well, we think of these things. You know, for example, you ever think about that word paint? Mm-hmm. If you take away the T, you have pain. So I always say to my sponsees, if you're having a bad day, just have a little tea with it. Or some other non-alcoholic beverage. God, I'm starting to sound like a crazy person, aren't I? You know, my sponsor, Bernice W., you know her, sugar? Well, Bernice says that by becoming aware of the past, by accepting it, we find ourselves. I told Bernice, I'm afraid one day I'm going to find myself and I'm going to say, thanks, but no thanks, sugar. I'm sorry. I'm a little distracted today. I don't know if you remember, but tomorrow is the day I'm supposed to see my son Red for the first time in all 23 years. Ever since that night with his daddy, ooh, I'll never forget it. I'd had enough. And so I packed my bags and I took 7 shots of green chartreuse and I downed 7 black beauties and I 69 myself out that door. Here I am trying to find myself and Red finds me first. And you know, it's scary. It's like going to the Country Bear Jamboree, nudist colony, and accidentally stumbling over Mr. Jerry Falwell in the buff. I told Bernice, I said, look, Bernice, I don't think it's such a good idea for me to be seeing my son Red after all these years. I mean, that child must hate me. Ooh, but Bernice, ooh, she looked me straight in the eye and she said, Ivy V, stop being so damn shellfish. Sometimes in your recovery, the chickens come home to roast. You're gonna go see that son of yours because it ain't about him, it's about you and your side of the street. And if that son of yours wants to scream, you let him scream. If he wants to shout, you let him shout. If he wants to call your names, I'm sure you heard them all before. And I know Bernice is right. But you want to hear the craziest thing? I'm dying to see him. I'm sorry, sugar. I don't mean to be getting so emotional with you, but you know, sometimes in my recovery, I feel like this wall around my heart is starting to crumble, and well, it's scary. It is. Okay, sugar, what do you think? And yeah, I know I look like a bad drag version of Mr. Milton Berle Ives, but I think I look pretty good for an old broad. So listen, you go on, get out there, and just remember that no matter what anybody says to you, you are in the program now. No matter what they say, no matter what they do, you have the tools to nip it in the butt. So go on and get out of there. Go on back while I get out on stage and do my last set tonight. Go on, get out of here. Howdy. My name is Ivy Valentine, and I'd like to welcome you here to Bronco Billy's tonight, the only country western bar in all Bayonne, New Jersey, where Well, we encourage you to cry along with our sad, sad songs. The only thing is, sugar, don't cry while we're singing our sad, sad songs, because they're already watered down. So me and the boys are gonna try a new song for you out here tonight. And we sure do hope you like it, but well, we never sang this song before in front of anybody, and well, now I guess you know why. You didn't pay a cover to get in here tonight. But we sure do hope you like it. And well, if for some reason you don't, well, as the boys in the band say, just shut your clap. Mama always read the evening paper, dinner in the kitchen almost ready. Tell me what to do to make her look my way. And that is what they call an absent father. When the weekend comes, he can't be bothered. Tell me what to do to make him wanna stay. At an early age, you just can't fathom, even though they're like you, they don't like you. Who's a child to blame? These people know. She starts to blame herself. Keep a distance from the world around you. Build a wall so high they'll never hurt you. Searching for something, someone to save you. Alone inside yourself. There's a wall around my heart. It needs a paint job. Protects me night and day. Inside I die. This wall around my heart, it serves a purpose. The world keeps changing, yes, and so am I. First one came along to show affection. I'm married in a month, adjusted affection. Tell me how to do, then play this married role. Maybe have a kid and then another. What I really need is to be mothered. Tell me what to do, the fortress takes its toll. 40 and alone, I'm still forsaken. Try to find my way, the road not taken. Struggling all alone, I need to leave this less than merry-go-round. Talking to a shrink, but can she help me? Tell her what I think I know she won't see. The frightened little girl alone and trembling, who longs, who wants to be found. This wall around my heart, it starts to crumble. Each day the past, it starts to fall away. All alone I tried and I always stumbled to build myself a world that should lie. There's a wall around my heart, no more a paint job. Protected me so long, but now goodbye. This wall around my heart don't serve no purpose. The world keeps changing, yes, and so am I. The world keeps changing, yes, and so am I. As my parents drove the three of us to the orphanage, I'd never been more frightened in my entire life. I looked to my older brother and my younger sister in the back seat of the dented red station wagon, and I knew they were thinking the same thing. Are they really going through with this? I was 10 years old when it happened. And if anybody's to blame, it's my older brother, Jerry. You see, Jerry is obsessed with baseball. I mean, more than obsessed. And today my parents discovered that he's received a C on his American history final. And well, for families like us who can only have higher education with straight A's, it's a fatal mistake. Now, my parents have threatened us with the orphanage many, many times before and driven us by the building, but this is the first time they've actually gone through with it. You know, maybe because hitting us and scolding us is no longer working. And I didn't know that the children inside the orphanage were not there because of any fault of their own, no. And I didn't know that parents simply couldn't take their children to the orphanage if they misbehaved. But you see, nobody explained this to the children in the back seat who were terrified. As my father zooms down Route 61, I look over at my brother Jerry, and he seems rather resigned to this punishment. He's got his 15-year-old blonde hair all slicked back. I can't even see the cowlick today. He's balancing this really large suitcase on his lap. And he's got on his best Sunday clothes, as if there's some question whether or not the nuns at St. Francis are actually going to allow him inside. The entire drive down 61, nobody said a word. But now I hear my father put the turn signal on to exit the highway, and I know St. Francis is only a short distance away. My little sister occasionally lets out a whimper, which is immediately silenced by a glare from my mother. You see, my mother rules with her face. My father, with his fist. Soon I hear my father put the turn signal on, and we begin up the dirt road leading to St. Francis. I've never understood why it had a dirt road. Why wasn't this road paved? I mean, do children in an orphanage not deserve a paved road? And then I see it. St. Francis Orphanage, silhouetted against the early evening sky. The incandescent lights from within glow, making me wonder what sorrow and horror is going on inside. My father pulls up in front of the orphanage. The entrance is about 25 feet away. He puts the car in park and looks in the rearview mirror and says to Jerry, "Maybe next time you'll do better. Now get out." Jerry doesn't hesitate. No, he pulls the car door handle towards him and opens the door very quietly, pushes it slowly behind him after he's been struggling with the giant suitcase. And he stands outside the car and is looking inside at us. And then he looks up to the entrance of St. Francis. And then he turns around and looks at us again, but my father puts the car in drive and begins down the driveway. My sister and I are pushed up against the back windows of the dented red station wagon, seeing Jerry get smaller and smaller in the distance. When my father gets to the end of the driveway, Jerry slowly turns and begins walking towards the front entrance of St. Francis Orphanage. My father immediately slams on the brakes, puts the car in park, opens up the door and screams, "Get in the car!" Jerry doesn't hesitate, no. He comes barreling down the dirt road with his giant suitcase. I think the thing is going to overwhelm him. And soon he's sitting next to me into the car. You know, I don't look at Jerry I'm afraid that it might be construed that I'm siding with the enemy. My father drives us back to Route 61 and eases the car into the highway. Nobody says a word.
And then all of a sudden, my father looks in the rearview mirror and he says, "Don't do it again." But Jerry immediately says, "Don't you do it again." My father pulls the car over to the side of Route 61 with a screech. He slams on the brakes, puts the car in park, turns around and says, "What did you say?" Jerry says, "You heard me, don't do it again." My father screams, "Who do you think you're talking to?" Jerry calmly says, "I thought you were my father. But today you proved that you're not up to the task. And I'm going to tell you something, Father, that if you ever do this again, if you ever hit us again, I will come to you in the middle of the night and I will take your life." Nobody says a word. My father turns around, grabs the steering wheel and looks out front. We sit there for what seems an eternity. Giant trucks are rolling past us on Route 61, shaking the car. Or maybe I'm simply shaking. And then my father puts the car in drive and takes us home. The orphanage is never mentioned again. And my father and Jerry seem to have found this new respect for each other, or maybe it's fear. And me? I never trust anybody again. Which makes me wonder why I'm telling you this story today. Maybe just to let somebody in the universe know that I think of that every single day. When I crawl into bed at night, I lay there in the dark and I see it. St. Francis Orphanage, silhouetted in the early evening sky, its incandescent lights glowing from within. And I remember. That's the day I became an orphan. I gaze upon the twilight sky. A bird I see is flying high. All alone, it does not cry, and still I wonder why. What made it fly so high above with no one by its side? Why does it seem to have no fear? Alone without a guide. Could I be the only one who sees its labored flight? Does it have a broken heart concealed by fading light? And then it's gone, it's out of sight. To break my solemn spell, I wonder as I trace its path, what stories could it tell? When all is said, when all is done, we look upon the lives we led, the battles that we won. Oh, we were what went right or wrong. Could I change a single thing when all is said and done? I tried my best to do what's right most times. I did succeed. But when I fail, I couldn't let it go. I'm still longing to be free. I see again the ones I hurt, their faces flood my mind. If I had another chance, could I be more kind? After all these years I see what little did you ask. Couldn't be a friend indeed, I failed upon the task. Like that bird up in the sky, my unexpected flight's begun. Tell me why I turned away, forever on the run. When all is said, when all is done, we look upon the lives we led, the battles that we won. Oh, we were what went right or wrong. Could we change a single thing when all is said and done? I was that bird way high up in the sky, running from the heartache that only I had caused. And now my life will be a memory. Tell me, please, I'll be at peace when all is said and done. Oh, tell me, please, I'll be at peace when all is said and done. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Gary.
That's awesome, Gary. What an
Thank you
amazing
very
voice
much.
you have.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much for being a part of Hi-Desert Fringe this year.
It was incredible. I was there last year in some of Roy Boucher's 3 plays or 4 plays. I don't remember how many it was. And I'm actually grateful the way it got done this year, because last year I couldn't get to see some of the performances because we were on stage. So I think this is a terrific way to do it. So congratulations to all of you. This is a really, really wonderful thing.
Thank you. And I just got to say, I am in awe of your quick change skills. You changed your costumes and your Zoom backgrounds like faster than anything I could imagine.
Well,
So hats off to you.
I'm sorry, I put the phone on Do Not Disturb and somehow or another it rang anyway. So, and when I get her for calling me, she's going to get a piece of my mind. Thank you
It's
all.
okay. It's live. It's live. But thank you so much,
We love
Gary.
it.
See you again soon. All right,
Thanks, everybody.
Bye. Bye.
Oh, there he goes. Quick changing again.
Okay. All right. So next,
can I just give a reminder, Anne?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to give a reminder that we're doing Hi-Def Fringe, coming to you live from Morongo Basin. We are doing it on a pay what you can scale. So if you feel like you are really enjoying it and you're having the best Saturday of your life, or Sunday, depending on where you are, feel free to donate. Any donation of 25 or more will get you that recording by Kurt Schaffner of the music he's going to be doing later on in the show. And for those of you that have already donated, we want to thank you. We love it. Thank you.
Yes,
Ding,
thank
ding.
you so much. Yeah. All right. So up next, we have some videos from our friends Adia Joel in Los Angeles and Ferran Luengo, who is in Valencia, Spain.
All right.
Yeah.
You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe.
Hello, audience, participants, and faculty of the Hi-Desert Fringe Festival. My name is Adia Joel. I actually got the opportunity and the pleasure and the honor to participate in the 2019 Fringe Festival in Joshua Tree. And I just wanted to spend some time to talk to you about what I think theater is going to look like in the future. Yes, we are in a global pandemic. Woo! But as crazy as it sounds and how twisted as it is, the best part is that we're here. we're here together, and we still love the theater, and it still is a very important part of our lives. For me, I grew up in the theater. Both my parents worked in the theater. I myself worked in the theater, and now I'm working on creating theater. And with this pandemic, it is allowing us to open our creative minds to find a different way to influence and bring in an audience, as well as keep them safe. So I think that when we think of what the theater is going to be like in the future, I think it's going to be a wild and crazy ride, but it's one that we'll be able to totally have fun with. This is not our first global pandemic that we've survived through. There was the Spanish flu. And when you think of the history, theater was very relevant in that time. So I'm trying to hold on to the positivity that it did not die. It still thrived. And look at everything that was accomplished after the people of the early 1900s survived the Spanish flu. They then moved on to creating movies, talking pictures, musicals, and then live action cartoons, and also like these amazing action movies with CGI. And it's just like, look how far we have grown in that small 100-year period of time. So if that can happen from the 1990s, what are we going to then bring to the table in the 2000s? So I really just think that if we come together or use this time to really just allow ourselves to dream and create and not be weighed down by everything that is so negative that's going on in the world, but just know that if you allow yourself to be creative, remain creative, it will also be a healing process that will bring us all together again. So I really hope that us all, just take this opportunity to use the art and the gifts that we were blessed with, the talents that we have, to really use them as a means to healing our world, be it the pandemic, be it systematic racism, be it just having to stay at home and quarantine yourself just so you can stay healthy. Whatever it is, just use those talents that you have and just keep thriving, and don't give up. Don't ever give up. Just don't give up, and just enjoy the show.
You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe.
Hi, I'm Ferran Luengo. I'm an actor, improviser, playback theater practitioner, applied theater facilitator, yet things that are very difficult to do from home. This pandemic has been a disaster for all the people involved in the arts, especially in the performing arts. However, this situation has made us explore and thrive. And we found the opportunity to share our work all over the world. But the more important thing is that art has kept us sane during these times. So yeah, we have to be thankful for initiatives like the Hi-Desert Fringe Festival and all the other festivals that decided to go digital, to go online, to keep us connected. So I'd just like to send a brief message from Valencia, Spain. Viva el arte y viva el teatro. Have a nice festival.
You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe.
That was I love it. Oh, Viva la Teatro. I love it.
I know. I
Yeah.
feel so inspired by both of them.
Yeah. Just enjoy the show. Yes, that's the sentiment we want to bring out to everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, and we'll just remind everybody that we are presenting the Hi-Desert Fringe in high tech this year. We're live on YouTube streaming, and we're gratefully accepting pay what you can contributions at highdesertfringe.org and on Venmo at Project Sheba. And yeah, we've got a lot more great live theater coming your way. And I'll go ahead and let Miri introduce our next performer.
Okay, speaking of great live theater, here we go. Their next production is called The Singing Rabbi, and it's starring actually a friend of mine, Leah Solomon. And Leah and I go back, a while. We go back a while. We go back a while. But anyway, we're here now. So she's doing a story of kind of a true to life story. It's the story of a woman whose successful open heart surgery leaves her with a visit from the goddess, which catapults her into becoming, it catapults her out of Los Angeles into Tel Aviv, where she eventually becomes an Israeli citizen. Where she ended up doing things like singing with drag queens, and she has developed a new type of spirituality based on tantric voice lessons. So, all the way live from Tel Aviv, Israel, Leah Solomon and the Singing Rabbi.
Hi, Leah.
Hey, Leah. You look great. Oh, no. Yeah, there you go.
Hi.
Yeah.
That's it.
Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. Coming through loud and clear.
All right, here we go. We're jumping right in.
All right, jump right on in there.
All right, we're going to welcome the angels. Shalom Aleichem, Malachei HaShalom, Malachei Elyon. Mi Melech Malachei HaMelachim HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We welcome the angels here to Tel Aviv tonight in the darkness at 2:30 a.m. I figured I'd need them for this show, and they've been with me so much my whole life. They were with me at the time of my aorta tear operation in my heart. They had to open me up and take out my heart and put me on a lung machine that would breathe for me for the 7 hours during that operation. This all happened in the Palm Springs Desert Heart Hospital. I survived. It's a very dangerous operation. Most people die on the table, so I know that my angels were there. And I never knew what that song meant. All my life I'd sang it. I've been a Jew since I'm born, but I never knew what it meant. And my lung collapsed during that operation. So for 4 months, I was in the hospital in Los Angeles. I was moved to Cedars-Sinai, and I wasn't getting better. And my lung just wouldn't get strong. I was doing all of these exercises. I had some machine I had to blow into, and nothing would happen with my lungs. And my brothers and my children said, "Mom, try harder. You know you can do it." And I knew it wasn't happening. So I finally asked God and the goddess and the angels and everyone up there in heaven. I said, what do I need to do in this lifetime? What can I possibly do and be of service if these lungs get restored? And I went to sleep that night, and I saw gold light and white light. And then I heard, "Sing, sing for your people." And I knew that my people were the Jewish people. And I thought, well, I can do that because I've always wanted to be a cantor, but I never had the courage to do it. So I got off of this lung machine after that encounter with the goddess, and I was able to start my journey. I went to Cantor Beth at Manhattan Beach Synagogue in Los Angeles, in Manhattan Beach. And I started to learn how to sing. They were teaching people in the congregation. And I got up there and I started to sing. And afterwards, she came up to me and whispered, if you're going to do this, you have got to learn to read better Hebrew. Oh my gosh, goddess! I know she's right. It's true. I don't really understand what I'm saying. I say everything by rote and I don't read very well. I can't even speak Hebrew. So I decided, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to make citizenship. There's an organization called Nefesh B'Nefesh, which means soul to soul. And they help you become a citizen of Israel if you're Jewish. You just have to prove that you're Jewish and fill out a lot of paperwork. Takes several months, and then you can become a citizen. So I thought that's what I'm going to do. And I got here. And here I am. Last year, I became a citizen. And I was so excited, but I found out that my people, the Jews, were not very spiritual. They were either very, very spiritual and Orthodox, or they were absolutely not even believing in God. So there didn't seem to be a lot of the variation that we have in between Reform, the 3 R's of Judaism. We have Reform, we have Reconstructionist, Renewal. We have Conservative Judaism. We have all these kinds of Judaism. We have Conservadox. But worse than that, we have such prejudice and racism among Jews. It's no wonder we can't even get along with the Arabs. We're brothers with the Arabs. The tribe of Ishmael, they got lost, and they say that they may have gone on to become the Muslim religion. So that's how close we are with the Arabs, and we can't get along. But let me tell you, with the Jews, we have the Ashkenazi Jews like me, Russian, Romanian, Polish, Eastern European, white Jews. Then we have the Sephardic, Moroccan, Spanish, Argentinian, Colombian, and then there's the Mizrahi Jews, who are Egyptian, Algerian, Libyan, Iraqi, and their food is the best. And then we have the Yemenites and the Ethiopian Jews. There's so many Jews. There's Chinese Jews. There's even a museum called Beit Hatzufot, which means Museum of the Diaspora. So naturally, I was a little bit shocked at what I found here. But because I became a citizen, I learned to have hope. And the national anthem is called Hatikva. So I just want to sing a few lines of Hatikva. Any of you that know it, sing it with me. Kolot balev kadima ayin letzion povia od lovda tikvatenu hatikva shnat alpayim Liotam povshi be'artzenu Eretz Zion Yerushalayim. By the way, I'm not a rabbi. My show is called The Singing Rabbi because when I wanted to become a cantor, a cantorial soloist, that's someone who hasn't gone to become ordained for 5 years, people didn't know what I was talking about. They'd say, huh? So I finally said, a singing rabbi. And they were like, oh, right. Okay. You want to be a singing rabbi? I was like, yes. Now I know at age 60, this is my life's purpose. So I decided when I first got to Israel that I would spend time with you in Orthodox homes in Jerusalem. I was invited into many Shabbats. I learned different ways of praying than the way that I was raised, more thorough. I went to the Western Wall. I went to which we call the Kotel in Hebrew, and said many prayers. I visited the disputed territory of the Temple Mount, which is also called the Al-Aqsa Mosque or Hara Esh Sharif. And it's also, there's a Christian church on that same spot, all three in one. And I got to see these holy sites and experience the Muslims in their holy sites and the Christians. And that's the beautiful thing about the old city of Jerusalem. You have 4 quarters, a Muslim quarter, a Christian quarter, a Jewish quarter. And my most interesting trip when I first got here was a trip with Abraham Hostel to Hebron. Hebron is another disputed territory. It's in the West Bank. Jews are no longer allowed. Jews are they're allowed to go there, but it's sort of forbidden to tour the Tomb of the Patriarchs, which is one of the Jewish holiest sites. And it's also a holy site for the Muslims. So the first half of the day, you go with a Jewish settler, and he takes you around and shows you and talks to you and tells you all the reasons why the Jews should be there. And then you have lunch with a Palestinian young boy, about 30, and he tells you all the reasons why the Palestinians belong there. And at the beginning of the tour, they tell you you're going to be more confused than when you ever got there. And the truth is, we were more confused. You end up loving both sides, both people. When it's people to people, it's all about humanity. It's not about the right. It's about the people. And then I went on an amazing tour to the Galilee, which was another pilgrimage towards the Dead Sea and the Jordan River, where they say Peter betrayed Jesus and walked on water. And I was sitting at the waterfall and listening to the water, and an entire group of Christian pilgrims came around me with their Bibles and started praying to Jesus, praying to Peter, and I got to witness this. I felt spirituality is within all of us. Doesn't matter what is your race, creed, religion, we're all one. And then I took another trip up to Tiberias. Apparently, I didn't know this, but all Orthodox Jews make these incredible pilgrimages up to the graves of famous rabbis from Russia that have come here and changed the world. One of them being the Rabbi Azal, and the Rabbi Azal is in Sfat. Sfat is one of the holiest cities of Israel. It's where they say the Kabbalah in the 1600s began. So when I got to Sfat, I stayed at a Chabad house, a place called Ascent, and we had classes, GPS for the soul, Kabbalah 101. We had these things that are Yiddish called Verbringen, where people came and sang and brought their guitars, and we sang religious songs by the waterfalls. And I just kept thinking, what is this fascination with the dead that we are going to visit these rabbis? It reminded me of Day of the Dead in Mexico, where people spread out blankets and bring a picnic and commune with their ancestors. It was really amazing to see the crossover of the tradition. It also reminded me of a ceremony I had visited in Haiti when I had been to a voodoo ceremony, and the spirits asked the priestess that I was working with to have me usher in the soul to the heaven. And suddenly my grandmother came down to me and said, I really don't know what you're doing with this voodoo, but it seems to be safe. It seems to be okay. And later I found out that in the Jewish tradition, we have a ceremony called tachava, and it's when you wash the body and prepare it for burial, you do this kind of ushering in the soul as well. Well, finally, I got to Tel Aviv. And in Tel Aviv, I found this urban kibbutz. It had 30 people in it, volunteers from all around the world, some Israelis, German, French, Spanish. Most common language was English, sadly for me, because it takes longer to learn your Hebrew. But we had a communal kitchen, and every Friday night we'd go to the market and we'd get vegetables and we'd all cook together and have a meal. There were artists, musicians, theater people, psychodrama people. My son would say, my hippie friends, I found my tribe. And we started to do performances and sing. And then suddenly, one of the guys, the artistic director, started working at a rooftop piano bar in Jaffa with drag queens. And I found myself very happy among the drag queens. I don't know, there seems to be a lot of correlation between middle-aged women and drag queens. I think it's acceptance, love, and the ability to really know oneself. And actually, at this time, it reminded me of the Lady Gaga movie where she started out singing with the drag queens because they accepted her when Hollywood didn't. And the song I sang there, one of the songs, I sang many, was the Nina Simone song, To Every Season. Well, it's actually was done by a rock group before Nina Simone, but she was my inspiration. To everything turn, turn, turn. There is a season, turn, turn, turn. A time to everything. Then Corona hit, and the world was upside down. Here I am looking at my belly button, exploring my chakras with a Tantra voice workshop. I started to find my inner creativity, something I didn't seem to be able to find in the States. Reminds me of Gertrude Stein. She used to say, I love to be alone with my English in Paris. And it was kind of like that here in Tel Aviv. And I started to go through different spiritual journeys in my life that I had been through. And I wanted to do a little bit of that, show you a little bit of that now. I lived in Haiti, and I had attended a ceremony in the woods, out in a umfor, and we began to sing to the god of the underworld, Baron Samedi. He was the guardian, and to the Gede, and we would do the banda and sing. Ezulineneno, semwe memoria gasa, ute wetut petitio, ute wetut medamio rentre nankai, ute wetut petit oh, ezulineneno. Semwe memoria gasa. I'm wearing a straw hat because that's what Gede wore. And they always dressed in red for the underworld, red and black. Here I am. And I learned a lot from the Haitians, how to call in the gods and the goddesses. They have a whole pantheon of gods, just like the Greeks just like the Romans. Erzulie, the one I just sang about, she was the goddess of love. And I traveled this journey of the Afro-Haitian, Afro-Cuban world. When I seemed to just get invited to places that when I got to Cuba, they said, oh, please come to this ceremony near the Santeria Museum, right on the outskirts of Havana. So I went, and people were dressed in white with gowns for initiation, all the women, the priestesses. And I was able to participate in one day. It's usually a 7-day ceremony. It was the same in Haiti. So Santeria, and it was the same. And so I knew what was happening, and they were becoming initiates of the voodoo. This was the African slaves were all taken to Haiti, Cuba, and Brazil, which is another spot that I was able to visit. And when I got to Brazil, it was New Year's, and it was a big Yemenja ceremony. Yemenja, she's the goddess of the water, Yemenya. And we sang Yemenya, Yemenya, ole, oh, paz, paz, nos, paz, paz, nos. We asked her to just take away all our pain and bring it out to the sea. And this was not a private ceremony like it had been in Haiti. It was one that was all along the sea, the border of the sea, and all the Brazilians were out. It was New Year's after all. And then I wanted to show you that when I kind of went across the waters and landed on another spiritual journey, which is why I think my angels wanted me finally to come home to my Judaism. But in the meantime, I'm still traveling. And I'm in Bali suddenly. And in Bali, I'm wearing a mask because we're doing the monkey dance. The monkey is Hanuman. Hanuman, chak, 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 chak. Imagine 35 men sitting around a fire, all being a monkey, all being a guardian for the community. But I hung out with the kids, and I went to the sea. And when I went to the sea, we sang a song together. Judu Panchad, Judu Panchad, Jalanjani, Manchad Naju Api, Digadi, Gadi, Digadi, Gadi, Di Sawange Ajakaliu. Once again, learning another spirituality, taking it in my heart from another culture. And then to the Middle East. I took a journey, a priestess journey, to the Giza Plaza with the 3 pyramids in Cairo. And I was ushered into the Queen's chamber. And in the Queen's chamber, she said, go, you're getting your initiation. I said, what? I went in and something took over and I did a dance with wings. I flew. And when she saw me, she said, That's the dance that the ancient goddesses did. That's the dance that they did in the time of Isis and Hatshepsut. We visited those temples as well in Upper Egypt. And that's where there was healing and prayer and the arts. All of this I wanted to bring back to this world and didn't know how when I was traveling as a young girl. And now it seems that this is the place that I'm bringing it all together here in Israel. And I'm working with the priestesses from the Kohenet group and trying to learn a new kind of spirituality and see if maybe all of these secular Jews here in Israel want to really open their hearts. We all need to pray. We all need to come more together. So I want to sing this song with all of you, which is, maybe some of you know it. It's about peace, and it's calling in peace. Odivo shalom aleinu, Odivo shalom aleinu, Odivo shalom aleinu, ve'atuka. Arabic salam, aleinu ve'al kol ha'olam, salam, salam, shalom. Aleinu ve'al kol ha'olam, salam, salam. So this is a call for peace and prayer. And I also wanted to leave us with another amazing song that I didn't know what it meant until I started to come here. Can you imagine your whole life you sing these songs, you pray, and you really don't know what they mean. You just know them by rote. So here it is. It's a song about standing up for oneself and standing up for what you believe. And God only knows that's where we are today. We're all standing up in the world for brotherhood and sisterhood and try to find peace and love amongst all of us. And if the singing rabbi can't bring it, we got to bring it. Kiva moed, kiva moed, kiva moed, kiva moed, lai 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 la lai la lai lai la lai la lai la lai la lai. Yay, lie, lie. So it seems that because it's 2:30 in the morning, I have raced through my piece and I'm actually done. So if there's any questions, is there any way that people could ask me questions? I would love to use the rest of the time to have some kind of an interactive discussion with all of you, since I'm kind of alone here.
Hey, Leah. Actually, we are actually a little bit behind in our schedule, but we can, when we post your video, we can also post an email or a website, and people that want to contact you about that, we're more than happy to have them do that. I want to thank you for that long spiritual journey. Oh my goodness. It must be great to feel yourself at home in Tel Aviv.
Yeah, so, it's still going on. It's still going on, and the Heber's coming along. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Oh, you're welcome. You have a great night. Okay.
Yeah, and thank you for staying up so late with us. It's what, 3:10 there now?
Yeah, I'm gonna get online and watch everything because I'm so wired with the coffee.
All right.
Oh, bye. Thank you so much, Leah.
Okay. Okay. So we're going to move on to some videos. Anne, is that correct? Some more good wishes from people?
Yeah,
awesome.
we have another segment from one of our friends in the show that shall not be named.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Love those.
Yeah.
You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe.
Hello, and welcome to the second take of what I assume is a video made up of maybe a little clip or two that'll work its way into a larger montage of clips, perhaps. My name is Alex Salem, and let's do this. This is take two, because something that I learned while sheltering in place at home, in place, is that when it's warm in LA and you have a big fan on in the background, that audio is going to show up when you take video on your phone. So that's something that I've learned. I
Okay, I think we're having a little audio not working here.
dreamt that I was at a Starbucks just writing for the whole dream. That's how much time I've been spending there. It's really been a wake-up call, actually. It's a silver lining, one of the things I'm actually grateful for through this whole experience. What is the benefit of Fringe? What isn't the benefit of Fringe? You have a community of people. You have endless options to explore creativity and things that like-minded artists are doing and be exposed to inspiration and new ideas in a place that you don't get to see that stuff otherwise. It's the thrill almost. If you look at the program and you think, why not that? That looks like fun, or maybe that interests me. I'll give it a go. Sometimes it's a risk. Sometimes it doesn't pay off. We only get to spend that hour the once, but like, isn't that the thrill of the thing? Isn't it? You know what I'm talking about. Something I didn't know technology could do before all of this. I didn't know that my 8-year-old MacBook Pro could still process video this fast, or could still process video at all, but it's got a camera of me and video of other people's and Zoom calls. This thing is working like gangbusters. I had no idea. And is live theater a thing of the past? No. Full stop. Not at all. Not going away. Couldn't go away. Live theater, live performance is the oldest performing art form. It's as old as humans themselves. We've always done it. We're always going to find a way to do it. When cinema rose in popularity, I'm sure they said, wow, this probably means the end of theater, but it wasn't. And then when television rose in popularity, I'm sure they said, wow, I bet this means the end of cinema, but it didn't. And then when YouTube rose in popularity, sorry, I was just remembering a funny kitten video I saw the other day. The point is there's always going to be live performance because it's the most direct way that we can communicate with each other. And we will find a way to get together in whatever kind of a semblance that we can, because there's just no replicating that experience of a live performance, that form of communication. So take that little nugget from a guy talking into his phone in his kitchen. Thanks, and have a great Fringe.
What's up, Hi-Def Fringe Festival fans, followers, producers, performers, everyone in between. I'm Martin Morrow with the show that shall not be named, LA's premier Harry Potter improv themed troupe. We've performed the past 2 years at the Hi-Desert Fringe Festival out there in beautiful Joshua Tree. And I just wanted to kind of reflect on a few things. It's one of my favorite festivals to perform at. It's always so much fun. I love the area. I love the people. I love the producers. And the vibe is just so cool. Like just artists supporting artists and really listening to that art and really driving into the community as well. And like that's always one trip that I look forward to every year. And I'm so sad we weren't able to do it because of the state of the world and everything this year. But next year, the year after, I hope that we continue to come back. And I just always love the crowds that come out and the people that come and being able to kind of, you know, roam this space and create fun art with, you know, my friends. And on top of that, being able to teach sometimes there has been really cool. And, you know, seeing people kind of get a new gift and love for improv, because I think that it's important, especially now. So thank you guys again. I hope everyone is having a blast while stuck inside. If you're not, I'm sorry, it sucks too. But, you know, do like me and attempt to grow a beard that just won't fully, there's just these two patches that won't do it. But one day, we're all going to have beards. That's my guarantee to you. Vote for me. I don't know. Thanks, guys.
You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe.
Okay.
Great.
Those videos were from our friends at the show that shall not be named, Harry Potter Improv, the premier, I hear, Harry Potter Improv group.
Yes, and we are live.
All right.
We are live.
Yes, we're done. So just an update, keep those donations coming in. We really appreciate it. We want to thank everyone that has already donated, and know that if you're watching and you still want to, you still can. www.highdesertfringe.org.
Yes, and on Venmo at Project Sheba, if you're one of the high-tech people that uses Venmo, it's great, it's fun, it's easy, it's painless. I got introduced to Venmo this year, so I'm really excited about it.
Awesome.
All right. Yeah, so our next performer is Roy Boucher, and we've both had the joy of being in shows with Roy. The movie Rasputin's Curse that we're both in also has Roy in it.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see here. Roy is going to be performing Tarot by You. And Roy is a playwright and actor. He's been in a group called Writing for Performance with Andy Harmon for 8 years. He's appeared in 7 independent films. And he wrote and produced a short film called Happy Birthday Art. That's been at 12 film festivals, and it won the Bronze Award at the LA Shorts Film Festival.
Awesome.
So that's pretty impressive.
That's great.
Yeah. Okay, so let's give a warm welcome to Roy Boucher.
All right, Roy. Nice to see you, Roy.
Hi, Roy.
How are you?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome to the Hi-Desert Fringe.
Thank you. It's exciting to be here.
Oh,
Yay.
thanks. All right. Well, we are going to put the spotlight on Roy and have a wonderful show.
Thank you. I am Roy Boucher, and welcome. We're doing Tarot for You by You. We're going to fast track your journey on reading the tarot cards for yourself. Now, right off the bat, I got to tell you, tarot is not fortune telling. There is no gypsy wagon here. There's no bonfire. We're not going to dance around it and bang on the tambourines or anything like that. Today's tarot is about awareness, about thinking things through from a slightly different angle than you had before. You know, over the years, all the experiences you've had, your successes and failures, your attitudes, the good ones and the bad ones, they're all inside in your gut. And every now and then somebody says something to you and you get a gut reaction. Well, that's the cumulative effect of all those past experiences. And that gut reaction is your intuition. And it's your intuition that you're going to use to read the cards. So there you have it. That's exactly what I wanted you to know today. So thank you. What? Excuse me a second, that's my director. I just did that. Okay. It seems my director thinks that I didn't explain that properly. So let me go over it again. You're going to ask a question and you're going to pull a card to find the answer to that question. When you pull the card and look at it, your reaction is going to be the beginning of your gut reaction, your intuition that you're going to use to answer the question. So you'll look at the card. Maybe you'll think about being inside the card, being part of the scene. Or maybe you'll look around the edges of the card, top and bottom, side to side. But a thought's going to formulate. You're going to turn that into a keyword or a short phrase, and you're going to use that to answer the question. So there you have it. Is that better? Well, why didn't you say that in the first place? Evidently, we have a few more minutes, so I can put some meat on the bone, so to speak. We can go a little bit deeper. So let me start off by saying, I'm not being paid by anybody. I'm not representing anybody. I'm not even selling anything. But I am going to share with you my journey that I think has been very successful and can be just as successful for you. Now, a deck of tarot cards is 78 cards. Oh, 78 cards, that's a lot of cards. Well, right off the bat, we're going to break them down into two groups, a group of 22 and a group of 56. The 22 is referred to as the major arcana cards. I call them the big deal cards. And the 56 are called the minor arcana cards. I call them the little deal cards. I like to think about it like a stream gently flowing through the forest. Well, that gentle flow is representing the 56 little deal, the minor arcana cards. But every now and then, that stream's going to hit a boulder, a rock, a couple of rocks, maybe a rapids will be formed. And that interruption to the flow comes from the big deal cards, the major arcana. The major arcana, the 22 cards, represents the fool's journey. The 0 card is the fool, and he goes through life and ends up with the world card number 21. Now, the fool is like a newborn child. Everything's fresh, new, exciting, no biases, ready to get on with it. Now, I'm going to show you a couple of cards, and I'm not sure how well you're actually going to be able to see them on here. This is The Fool by the artist Ciro Marchetti. Ciro Marchetti is my favorite artist. I have several of his decks, and I always use them to do readings. I think he's great. Here is The Fool by the Shadowscapes deck. Very, very different. It's a woman on top of a pedestal, might be a cliff. Typically, the fool is shown with a little dog. This one image seems to have a fox with her, but she does seem like she's ready to jump off the cliff, making that leap of faith into light. And here's a card from Spellcasters. This is the most traditional representation of the fool. A hobo getting on with it, beginning a journey, and stepping off a cliff, taking the leap of faith. Most of the decks are built off of the original Rider-Waite deck from 1910, but obviously how they think about it and the artistry they use is very, very different. I'm a big fan of Ciro Marchetti. So we've got the Fool's Journey, 22 cards, the big deal cards. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to take these cards and set them aside. We're not even going to use them right now. We're going to play with the 56. 56, still a lot of cards. The 56 little deal cards, the minor arcana. 56 cards. Well, wait a minute. I doubt that you feel threatened by a deck of playing cards. Isn't that 52 cards? 4 suits, ace to 10, jack, queen, king. Guess what? 56 cards in the minor arcana, the little deal cards. 4 suits, ace to 10. Sounding familiar? But instead of jack, queen, king, we've got page, knight, queen, king. Not a big deal. Not very different. And in fact, there are many, many people who actually read tarot just using a plain old deck of playing cards. So we're taking all the mystery and fear out of that. 4 suits, 8 to 10, there's ace to 10, page, knight, queen, king. Now, the ace to 10 takes a journey, just like the Fool takes the journey and the big deal cards going through life. Oh, and I should mention, before I get rid of these all together, those big deal cards, that's where the death card is. Yeah, I know. Forget it. The death card is not literal. It talks about endings and beginnings, cycles, not literal. If you want literal, look out for the devil card when that shows up, because when that shows up, it's looking at your dark side, your shadow side, your bad habits, your obsessions. That's a literal card. Now, for me, I think the worst card in the deck is the 10 of Swords, but we'll get to that later. So just like the journey that the Fool takes in the major arcana cards, within each suit, we go ace to 10, and then the court cards, page, knight, queen, king. That ace to 10 has its own journey, and it follows traditional numerology. The ace is the beginning, the new thought, the new experience, the new project. At the 2 level, you're going to choose. The 3, you're going to start work. The 4, you build your foundation. 5, you put some effort into it. Now you see your mistakes and things are not looking right. So you got to regroup and reanalyze at the 6, and at the 7, reassess where you want to go. At 8, you put in more work than you've ever put in before to get the results at the 9 and 10. I like to look at it beginning, middle, end. Ace, 5, 10. Ace at the beginning. 5 is when everything goes to hell in a handbasket, and you get back on track and finish it up at the 10 level. Each suit takes that journey through the ace to 10. Each suit also has those court cards, the page, the knight, the queen, and the king. They represent your personality. The page is just like the Fool. Everything's new, everything's exciting. He's inexperienced, he's ready to get on with it. The knight is exactly what you think it would be. Charge ahead, whatever the cause needs, go for it, make it happen. And the queen and the king tend to be equals. They've got the same mature qualities. But stereotypically, the king is more rigid in his thinking, whereas the queen, just as capable, adds caring, nurturing empathy to her thoughts. So if you were a female and you got a king card in the reading, it's asking you to suggest, or suggesting to you, maybe you should take a harder line here. Maybe you should use your skills that are more rigid and more forceful in this particular situation. You might be a man who just got a queen card in the reading. Well, that's saying, back off a little bit. Maybe you're coming on too strong. Maybe you should show your empathy, show that you care. So that's the way it works. If you get the page saying, oh, are you new at this? Do you need to learn? Do you need to pay attention? If you get the knight, it's suggesting that, well, okay, you're going to charge ahead. Is this a good thing? Well, how are you going to charge ahead? What's going to happen? and then the maturity of the queen and the king. Now, each of the suits do have a meaning. Now, let me stop for a second and go back to the beginning. I already told you everything you need to know. This is all if you continue on the journey, you want to read more books, you want to learn more, that's great. And I've done that, and it's a lot of fun. But reacting to the card from your own experiences, your intuition is what it's all about. Okay, back to the text here. So the cards each have their own meaning. We've got wands, cups, swords, and usually pentacles. My favorite artist, again, Cyril Marchetti, he tends to use coins. And I sort of like that terminology because coins are money, and pentacles is talking about money and the physical things. So wands represent creativity and your passion. Cups represent your emotions. Swords is your intelligence and your intellect. And coins, money, career, physical things. Okay. So what are we going to do with these 56 cards? Well, I guess we better choose the deck. And here's where I want you to take your time, because you need to choose a deck that resonates with you. You've already heard that Cyril Marchetti resonates with me. I happen to own 5 of his decks. I love them. You may not like him. You may like somebody else. The easiest way to decide which decks you like is to use Tarot Sampler. Download that free app on your iPhone, tablet, iPad, whatever. Free. And it will be everything you need to continue your tarot journey. You don't have to have a physical deck if you don't want one. In Tarot Sampler, as you do readings, as you draw cards, you are going to be exposed to different images, different artists' rendering of the same card in different situations. Over 50 different decks are in Tarot Sampler. You can go through Tarot Sampler deck by deck and see samples of 6 or 8 cards of each one of the decks. Tarot Sampler has the spreads, the background cloths, traditional meanings of the cards, a section for journaling. You can do everything on Tarot Sampler, and it's free. Yeah, go ahead, look at some other apps. Sure, why not? There's some on there. And then you'll come back to Tarot Sampler. Trust me, you're going to like it. Okay, so you're going to take your time. You're going to use Tarot Sampler. And then you say, oh, I like this artist. I like this presentation. I like the theme of this deck. Well, then you can buy the deck. Or Tarot Sampler, of course, wants to make money. If you want to take the next step, you can download a deck from them. And that's going to cost you anywhere from 99 cents to $4.95. I did downloaded the Ator deck, which is done with cartoon figures. That was 99 cents. Each of the Cyril Marchetti decks I've downloaded, I have 2 of them on my iPad. I think they were $4.95. The good news is all those features that you got on Tarot Sampler free come with your downloaded deck. So when you have your deck on your iPad or iPhone or tablet, you have all those features. You can look at the cards carefully. You can see the card meanings for that particular deck the way the artist saw them. You can journal, you can explore, you can see spreads. It's really pretty nifty. I like it. So you've chosen a deck, and we're going to assume that what you've done is decided to buy a physical deck, because I want you to honor this deck. I want you to respect it. You can go ahead and maybe keep it in the box like Shadowscapes that it comes in, or you might want to consider making a pouch. I made this one for one of my decks. I also got extravagant one day and I bought a pouch from, Cyril Marchetti. This came with my Encore deck. You can do anything you want. It did dawn on me that a bandana would be particularly useful, because you do want to have a reading cloth. And a bandana is 22 by 22, so that's pretty perfect. So if nothing else, and you got a bandana laying around the house, Open it up, put your cards in it, fold them up, and when you're ready to do a reading, you can just unfold the bandana, and you've already got some place to put your cards on, which takes me to the next step. You've chosen the deck, you're respecting your deck. Now you've got to create a space in which you can work. Get away from everybody else in the house. You need some private time here. You need to clear space. You need to put your reading cloth down. Maybe it's your bandana. You need to put your cards on it. Then you need to relax. Take a couple of deep breaths. Maybe you'll close your eyes. I do. It's really calming, and it clears your head of all that extraneous stuff that's been going on all day long. And that's what you want. You want to be calm with an open, clear mind. So when you do look at a card, that gut reaction that pops up, your intuition has a place to work and come to the surface. So you do want to create this nice space for yourself. Then you've got to ask a question and shuffle the cards. Well, let me back up here for a minute. Shuffling the cards. Well, they might come out all sorts of ways. You might get some cards upside down. Those are reversals. I don't do reversals. I've been doing tarot for over 5 years, I guess. And yes, I was daunted by the thought of doing reversals. I thought back then I had to learn the book meaning for each of the cards. Well, there were 78 cards. If I did reversals, what's that? 156 cards. I have to learn 156 meanings? Well, now you know you don't have to do that. I didn't know that then. So it scared me. So I said, you know what? Not going to do reversals. I'm going to deal with the 78 cards. So that's how I began. And after 4 years, I decided to join the Biddy Tarot community out of Australia, specifically to join their certification program and get certified. What? I did. Evidently, I never told my director I got certified. Yes, last October, I did become certified as a tarot reader by Biddy Tarot out of Australia. My point that I was trying to make is that I joined that program without doing reversals, and I still don't do reversals. I find that they kind of pop up in my thinking by the way that I asked a question. So when you shuffle your cards, if you're like me and you're not going to do reversals, I keep all my cards in the upright position. When I shuffle them, they automatically come up in the upright position. So when I shuffle them, they're still in the upright position. So when I draw a card, they are automatically in the upright position. That's how I like them. That's how I store them. That's how I use my cards. So as you shuffle your cards, you're going to ask a question. Now, no fortune telling. Don't ask yes or no questions. Don't ask when questions. I want you to ask what or how. Baby, what do I need to be aware of today? How can I be my best today? What might hinder my success in blah, blah, blah? How can I improve my relationships with so-and-so? That kind of question you can work with. So you're going to ask your question as you're shuffling your cards. You're going to think about that, and you're going to draw a card. And that's what we're going to do for a while. We're going to draw a card. Every day, you're going to do a daily 1-card reading. And just what we said at the very top, you're going to ask your question. You're going to look at the card and let it speak to you. What gets your attention first? Is it the color? Is it the person? Is there an animal? Is there a background that gets your attention, or a foreground? Whatever it is, accept it. Let it bubble up. See what that key word is that it turns into, or that short phrase, and that is what you're going to use to address your question. And that's all based on your own experiences. And who knows you better? Nobody. You know best. So that's how you're going to handle it. Now, after a while, you may want to draw 2 cards, do a 2-card reading. Fine, that's fun. You can approach it the same way, the 2 cards individually. You have asked a question, you drew 2 cards, you've got 1 card, you look at it, absorb it, see what it's about, what pops up, what's the key word, what's the short phrase, and do the same thing with the 2nd card. What pops up, what's the key word, what's the short phrase, and put those 2 things together. Well, what kind of, the 2 key words together, well, what does that mean? Or the 2 phrases together, what does that mean? And that combined meaning is what you would use to address your question. Now, after you've done that for a while, I want you to do a 3-card reading, and that's what I like, and that's what I think's fun, and I hope that you'll get there and enjoy it as much as I do. A 3-card reading can handle any way you want. It might be morning, noon, and night. It might be what will help, what will hinder, what's the likely outcome. And a format that I like very much is recent past, current situation, likely outcome. You know what your recent past has been. You know what your current situation is in relation to the question you asked. So when you draw these cards, when you look at that recent past card, that's going to gel with you or it's not. So that's kind of interesting. Same thing for the current situation. Yeah, you're going to know where you are right now in relation to the question that you asked. So let's say you agree with that too. Well, that gets really exciting then. But what's over here in the likely outcome card? But what's even more fun, and what is the magic and power of the tarot, is when you agree with what you see and you don't like it. You've got a recent past card, and you say, oh, yeah, that's how I see my recent past. And you've got a current situation card. Yeah, that is my current situation, but I don't like it. So you've got to look over at that likely outcome card. Well, you're not going to like it. I mean, so what does it tell you? Well, the cards are saying that, suggesting that, well, this is where you've been and this is where you are. And if you stay on that same path, this is the likely outcome. Well, I don't like the likely outcome. The power of tarot. This is a cardboard, a piece of cardboard with an image on it. It has no power. It does not control your destiny, but you do. So when you see the recent past or current situation card that you agree with and you don't like, and you see what these cards are suggesting are the likely outcome if you stay on this path, well, then you have all the power in the world to change the path that you're on. Ignore that. Throw it out. Choose an energy. Put yourself on a path that is going to achieve the goal that you want to achieve. And boy, that's fun. And that's what I hope that you can get to and work to. So that's really what I do have to say in the long form. I'm going to recap a little bit for you. We got the 78 cards. We broke them into 2 groups. The big deal cards, the little deal cards, the major arcana, the minor arcana. We're going to set the major arcana aside. Go ahead and introduce it whenever you want. But I'm going to say start with the little deal cards, the 56, the ones that are just like a deck of playing cards. Go ahead, use Tarot Sampler and be happy there and never spend a dime. Or if you want a physical deck, and I like a physical deck, take your time to choose your deck. When you get your deck, take care of it, honor it, and respect it. When you're ready to do a reading, allow yourself some privacy, give yourself some private space, create a nice, calm environment from which you work in. Ask your question, shuffle the cards, and draw the cards. So there you have it. And I hope your journey with the tarot is as much fun as mine has been. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Roy.
Thank you, Roy.
Yay.
Yay, thanks.
I just wonder if I convinced Mary at all from her 2 years to maybe she could do it after 30 minutes.
Well, I'll give it a shot. Maybe you can be my first client. How's that, Roy?
Well, all I'm going to say is trust yourself, and that does take some time. But go with your intuition, trust yourself. Each one of your readings will get richer and richer, and it's all about you. So there you go.
Thank you so much. That was awesome. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Roy.
Thank you.
Yeah, Roy, one last question before we leave you. Are you working on any new short films?
I actually have. I shared one with the writers group today that I've been working on.
Okay.
And I did it as an exercise for myself at home because of the pandemic. I actually wanted to film it, and hopefully one day it will be filmed with Sue Neal and I.
Oh, all right.
So that was a plan, and that all got put on hold. I've also been doing some other work with David Weaning. I don't know if you remember him. He lived here and then he moved to North Carolina. We do a lot of collaborative writing. We've been working on a 30-minute one act. So yeah, I've been busy writing, active with the writing group and improv. We miss you in improv, by the way.
Oh, thanks. Oh, great. Well, I'm glad that you're keeping busy, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of your films and plays and things, and working with you.
Well, yeah, hopefully next year at the Hi-Desert Fringe we can do plays again.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Yeah,
Look forward to that.
absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Roy.
Okay, thank you. Have fun.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
All right. Oh, well, next up on the Hi-Desert Fringe Festival, we have a piece from someone who lived in the high desert for a while, and we got to perform with her. It's Haley Koyman, and she has a little video for us. Did you want to say anything else? Or?
Oh, I loved working with Haley when she was here. We did tons and tons of shows together, and I think she's up in Portland now. I've seen this video and I love it. So let's just roll with it.
Okay, great. All right, here's Haley.
You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe.
In these unprecedented times, now more than ever, it is important for artists across our country to acknowledge the feelings they are feeling deep inside and to express their emotions in a healthy touch me. It's so easy to leave me all alone with the memories of my days in the sun. If you touch me, you'll understand what happiness is. Look, a new day has begun.
You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe.
Yeah, that's Haley.
Yeah, that's Haley.
Yeah, she's awesome. We miss her down here in the low desert, high desert, where am I? In the high desert. Well, she's up higher than I am. She's in Portland. But it's great that she could be with us this way.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think we're going to move on to our next performer. How does that sound?
Yeah, that's great. And we'll just put out a reminder that we've still got a few more shows left between now and 8 o'clock, including Miri's show. And we are gratefully accepting contributions for this Pay What You Can Hi-Desert Fringe Festival on highdesertfringe.org and also on Venmo at Project Shiva. So
yeah.
Great.
Yeah. And thank you to everyone who's already donated. We really appreciate that.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, so next up is the amazing Turia Atri. She's doing a piece called Poetic License. Turia is an author, she's a teaching artist, professor, radio host, and mask maker. That's been very lucrative, and more. Turia's message is one that delivers on its promise of educating, motivating, and inspiring a wide audience. She's been doing this for decades, and her work incorporates the arts, pop culture, and history with personal, community, and political struggles. So, without further ado, Turia Atri and Poetic Justice. Is she there? Oh, there she is. Okay.
Yeah, here she is.
There you go, Turia.
Hi, Turia.
I just gave you this fabulous intro.
Hi.
You're all set to go.
Yeah. Welcome to High Desert Fringe.
Hi, it's great to be here. I'm actually live right now, this moment.
Yes.
It's wonderful.
Yes,
I'm looking forward to sharing some poetry with our audience that is tuned in, whatever time it is in your locale. It's another beautiful sunny day here in the desert in 29 Palms. And poetry that I'll be sharing with you today is from a few places. My recently released chapbook called Poetic License. Also, my earlier paperback, Roots, Reality, and Rhyme. Both are available on my website. Please feel free to support the many talented, independent artists that are part of this festival today. Haggard's tears and winged horse footsteps draw fountains forth from outcast histories, buried in battles and bodies born of mothers' spilled blood. Inspiration resurrects herself fierce in lightning and thunder. Some learn to fly. Because sometimes parents are detained and otherwise absent, and the overworked and underpaid rarely rest, we are unable to rectify acts unjustified and materialized in the form of our present lives. Meanwhile, our children attempt to grow free, and we have no Garden of Eden to offer them our backgrounds stunted by pesticides, manufactured lies, and homicide. City streets causing us to travel twice as far, twice as fast. We live at odds with the atmospheric pressures, begging folks to just slow down. We cast seeds on the run, hoping something nourishing will come. Chaos races unaligned. His energy gains momentum, yet seems to never topple with the weight of itself. Unobstructed, he gathers us into his arms and welcomes us. That piece is called Chaos, which I think is very relevant to this interesting time that we are in currently. This piece is called Rwanda, Part 1, Kabuye. When Abel fell at the hands of Cain and spilled blood stained the ground, did they know they were in paradise? When the birds share songs lending melody to their surroundings, is their sound the telling of the way the world went mad? Perhaps the release of joy that those times are over. Do the buried find peace with skeletons dismembered, lives disrupted with strokes of a blade since bullets were considered too expensive? When those in need who sought salvation at a church found the house of God had become their tomb, was there redemption for those who wielded the machete? Do Adam and Eve weep again as history repeats itself? How do we reconcile that Eden and hell are neighbors, separated by a chain link fence and barbed wire? Unmarked mass graves in a courtyard, sharing both sides in indecision. Is evil also a fallen seed that takes root with barbed spikes, laying claim on man and earth to harvest discontent? We, haphazard gardeners, consume whole and husk, choke on the yield, emaciated and forever hungry. Despair masks itself as sustenance. Hope lies in the hands of children asking me for Rwandan francs, but my meager offerings cannot return their families. This piece is called Black by definition. The mirror held her captive. She searched from the deep, dark coils that framed her face to the blemish that was making its way to the surface of her chin. Left profile, right profile. She shook her head in disbelief. Could it be true? Delicate fingers forced the medicine cabinet open for umber eyes to inspect. There was no trick or perverse optical illusion distorting her reflection. The mirror was genuine. This realization brought her crashing at the doorstep of a major dilemma. If she was Black, as her reflection bore witness to, what did that mean? She didn't need a dictionary to define Black. The world screamed out in immeasurable decibels the negativity of such a color, Black, the color of death and destruction. Plagues labeled Black, evildoers wore Black, Black. The imminent force making people afraid of closets and spaces under bed, hostile, cruel. The impending doom before an explosion, a menace corrupting the country, the color of curses and the damned. No amount of ivory, soap, and elbow grease could remove the stain covering her body. She descended into a dark depression. Overcast emotions found her lost in a night without moon or stars, treading on soot amidst an ominous backdrop of despair. A land of evil intentions surrounded her. There was no hope here, only darkness. But somewhere in the distance, she saw a light and she moved towards it. Blinding white enveloped her, glistening snow danced in the air around her, ice castles reached towards marshmallow clouds, sweet taste of sugar crystals filled her mouth, doves alighted upon her shoulders, cooing the perfection of such a peaceful place. Rosy-cheeked, blue-eyed angels radiated purity and love. They sang of innocence and goodwill. Could this be heaven? Could this last? The gleam of whiteness faltered, transforming as lightning flashes split open the sky. White sails, blowing in the winds of colonialism, came rushing towards her. She saw the white of sharks' teeth following behind to devour the countless bodies thrown overboard in Atlantic crossings. Long white rows of nameless tombstones marking the graves of the conquered, fields of white cotton tinged with the blood of weary hands, men hiding behind white hoods during night rides. White, the color of a burning cross and a false god. White, the lies told by politicians before elections, white, the color of surrender. Then came another set of images, a myriad of color. Gold pyramids rose to meet the sun, peacock blues and cadmium reds adorned great pillars covered in picturesque writings. Brilliance permeated a vibrant place and peopled, varied as the fauna surrounding the great Ochre River coursing its way through this motherland. A people of regal blood, embodying beauty, power, and wisdom, greeted her with smiling eyes. She saw different shades of black. Black like the wheels of time forever moving forward. Black of ships' hulls survived. Black of railroad tracks forged by hand. Crude oil fueling society with life's blood. Black asphalt well-trodden that maintains its composure. Black soil feeding deepest roots of ancient trees, shimmering black. Sleek panthers stalking the jungle wild. The black of a universe unknown and ocean depths untapped. Black musical notes scrawled on paper, singing melodies of sweet sadness. Black of closed eyelids. Colors of percolating dreams not yet begun in sleep's passing. Black fluid in an inkwell full of stories yet untold. These images filled her thoughts as she became aware of a familiar countenance reflecting in her direction. She glimpsed her face in the mirror, and for the first time, she smiled at her own image. What's that you say? You say Sally at school said you look like a what? Like a werewolf? Well, Sally clearly ain't got no sense. She said it was your hair that made you look like a werewolf. So now you don't like your hair anymore and you wanna cut it off or straighten it. Look, all that pretty hair of yours, you don't even need all that hair. You should actually let me have some of that. I mean, just, all I need are some scissors and a little bit of glue. I could fix that up on my head. Ooh, girl, give my wigs a break. That hair is something else. Don't listen to those children at school. Don't say that you hate your hair. Don't say that. Look, we can't change who we are. Sugar, you ain't the first to feel that way, and unfortunate, you ain't gonna be the last. Look, after 400 years without a comb and all this oppression, girl, we've all been underestimating our inner goddess. Even I denied my connection to the roots of nappiness and happiness, striving for a relaxed state in the midst of self-hate. See, we've all struggled to be something else or wish that we were someone else, but them curls right there, they are an extension from your thoughts, through and beyond the spirals of this galaxy, sweetheart. I am telling you, this universe holds more for me and we than this. Suffering, hunger, misdistribution of wealth, they force survival to equal distance from the earth. Gunfire, drugs, prisons, wars, people out here trying to live drive-through lifestyles, like life is a convenience store. These out here, they decimated our communities. They still force feed dependency. And yes, I may be yet another generation of borrowing against my life while the debts owed from their blood-soaked hands go unpaid. But baby girl, we have never forgotten hysterical screams of kidnapped, Vicious blows, crippling backs, mothers stolen from babies, folks tied to train tracks, then beaten for struggling, burning flesh and broken bones, nails through hands and crowns of thorns. We carry the weight and the pain of the earth, but we can save it. And you know what? Those spirals on your head, they serve as antennas picking up signals from the sun. In hundreds of years, they may mark empires, but they are nothing but a ripple in this vast ocean of God's time. So this life's time, it's not the beginning. It's not the end. It's just brief time passing. And sometimes people are gonna be unkind, but baby girl, my love for you is cosmically unending and eternally limitless. So you, my dear, are supplied with love in abundance. So you don't have to worry about none of these knuckleheads with your grandma here. And you, my sweet, beautiful, and only great grandbaby, you are more than this. That piece was called Resurrecting Beauty. And when I did my one-woman show, I actually personified my great-grandmother. Now, while my great-grandmother was living, I called her Grandma, Grandma Baby. She did not let me refer to her as great-grandmother because that would reveal another generation of her lifespan that she wasn't ready to acknowledge. But I love doing that piece in her voice, whether or not those were exact words that she said to me. The fact is that she was a huge, huge impact on my life by caring for me during the summers, and also as inspiration by being an early artist that I spent a great amount of time with. While I'm giving some shouts out to elders, I want to do this piece, which is about my grandfather. It's called Grandpa Trickster. My grandpa taught me how to play dominoes, and dominoes is a very serious thing. I mean, you can do it for fun, but that's not really how dominoes works. So he taught me how to play dominoes. I was like his road buddy. I traveled with him everywhere. I went with him when he hung out with the guys and played poker. He was a huge influence also on my life. And it was really a special time to be able to learn so much from my elders as I was growing up. I did beat him at dominoes. We played 3 games when I was a young teenager, 3 games to 150 points. So 150 is 1 game. And I beat him 3 times in a row. And we didn't play dominoes for a really long time. But this piece is about my grandpa. After weeks of counting in increments of 5 while sitting at the table of the sun, his earthly granddaughter beat him at dominoes when she was only 13. So he hurled all 28 bones into the sky where they still shine on clear nights. He worked the rails while on land to blend in with those considered common, knowing full well that saints often beg on street corners to test for purity of heart, and atonement and benediction are found in juke joints as often as in churches, where true believers drink spirits and holy water from the same glass. He diagnosed grief in his surroundings and used humor as a panacea, curing pain with laughter when medicines refused to mend wounds fully, prescribing black magic remedies deep fried and seasoned with hot sauce. He captured hornet stings and barbs in the thick skins of his souls, freed them with razor blades, hurtling them at unsuspecting mortals that underestimated the sharpness of speaking tongues. Sometimes words are the only weapons available to gods on earth. Resurrecting love. How do you explain to a lover the empty spaces, the sense of abandonment that never departs, a gaping hole like an excavated grave? I stare at the open cavity facing the chasm that calls me home. How do we live in the midst of so much loss? I know it must be through love. But buried under decades of neglect, my heart might crumble and become ash in your hands. Speaking of hearts, this piece is called Muscle Memory. And I wrote it about heartbreak. But heartbreak happens for a lot of reasons, not just love and relationships. I think there are a lot of ways in which people are feeling heartbroken as they look out into the world. It's reminding us of previous wounds. So something to consider in listening to this piece. Muscle memory. And maybe you're always broken. So you get the glue, the stitches, the x-ray, the cast, the physical therapy, make the lifestyle changes and you feel healed. But somewhere under all that is still the fracture, the points of weakness, the susceptible places that will always be prone to re-injury. So you move through the world fragile, like the slightest shock will shatter you. And maybe this time the surgery, the open wounds won't take to recovery since the symptoms are now immune to the antibiotics because you've been treating the wound so long already. And you can't amputate your heart. Remove it from its cavity, place it on ice to be reattached later like a dismembered digit. You can't cut it out for being the root of an infection that seems to only make you weaker as time goes on. There are no braces to strengthen the heart's position. So it will stop falling over and over again as if heights aren't dangerous to leap from in this world of jagged edges and cold, hard ground. But you learn to love again. But after a history of hurt and failure, why would this time be different? When the grooves in the well-trodden path are visible, even in the dark on this circular journey that inevitably leads to loss. People draw symmetrical hearts, paint them pink and purple with flowers, rainbows, unicorns, and carved initials. But have you ever seen an actual heart? We dissected one in a bovine one in high school anatomy class. It wasn't pretty. A lumpy organ with calcified edges, difficult to cut through, aorta and vena cava at each end, ventricles and valves wrapped in muscle. Like it knew it had to be tough to keep beating in the face of everything else. But nothing like a Valentine's Day card. An unfitting container to attempt to store love in the first place. Like it could just filter out the impurities, excrete them forward like foreign substances unfit to be housed there or in the human anatomy at all. I thought if I unloaded the weight of my burdens, changed my diet of disaster, it would create space, an opening, a clear artery for love to enter through, and I would be fit enough to recover. But the hemorrhaging happened anyway, when love proved to be too much to squeeze back into an 8-ounce organ. I wish I had done the math before I saw it open my chest, cracked apart my ribs, and attempted to make it fit. I should have studied the failure rates of open heart surgery instead of hoping for a miracle. I wasn't squeamish of the blood. I had a high threshold for pain. I knew how to cut with precision like angry tongues, sharp as razors. I even knew how to suture myself back together. But actual mending, how do you learn to heal when the muscle memory only recalls the damage? Not the healthy times that date so far back, like childhood remembrances of being licked by the sandpaper tongue of a kitten for the first time, back when you hadn't healed yet because it was before being broken. and the points of damage are the strongest flashbacks, and the healthy tissue is a minuscule remainder, a blurred recollection of a beginning you don't know how to return to. Muscle memory. This next piece is called In Search of Osiris. 4 directions I traversed, looking for each fragment of my love. Maimed and misplaced across the land we ruled. Are you hearing everything okay? I hope so.
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay. It just gave me an alert and I was like, oh no. 4 directions I traversed, looking for each fragment of my love, maimed and misplaced across the land we rule. His smile, that slice the dark sky with light. My tears creating chasms, dividing nations. His arms spread too wide to take hold. My hands torn from carrying the weight of severed pieces, found throughout the shadows of hate, darkening each road I searched. How fast did Set run with his body, casting it to the sands of deserts, wet soil of marshes, as if my brother could ever be forgotten when gods do not die. Flesh torn asunder, I gather each limb, cradle them against my body, protecting memories, praying the sum of 13 parts is enough. As I, the unskilled surgeon, attempt to resurrect the dead with bare hands and the magic they hold. It is our love, stronger than death itself, that makes us whole. And I want to close with this piece. And while I haven't said anything directly around the current circumstances, it's definitely been heavy on my spirit. I thought about writing a poem to address some of the things going on. And then it occurred to me that 20 years ago, I wrote a poem about state-sanctioned violence against Black bodies when Amadou Diallo was shot at 41 times and hit 19 times. I started writing a piece today and I realized that so many of the pieces I have speak to the power, the beauty of Blackness, Black culture, and who we are and the things that we have faced. But I do want to encourage everyone to remember that if we aren't valuing Black lives, then we're not valuing humanity. We can change the future, but not if we don't understand our history. This poem is called Fighting the Tide. Grains of sand grow lost with each wave before settling back into each other, brief as the space in time between butterfly wings opening and closing, every moment fleeting. Out of place like petals washed on land, worn and still beautiful, we find the same shore. Footprints fading with the wind, walk on water before taking flight. Count the distance to the horizon measured in memories, faded landmarks, the eternal wear of fog and salt tides. Take my hand like an anchor against the inevitable constancy of change. Lie with me beneath the fickle sun that too must set. Gather this awareness before being compelled by the ebb. Build bridges from one to another so we can easily return when once again we are washed away. Thank you to everyone who's tuning in to this fabulous edition of the Hi-Desert Fringe Festival. Again, my name is Taria Autry, and my website is my name, tariaautry.com. And you are welcome to support a local artist. I have my book, Roots, Reality, a Rhyme, is available online, as well as my chapbook, Poetic License. And I appreciate all of you, and thank you so much for your time today. And thank you to Mary and Anne for hosting this and putting the work in to make this happen for all of us. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Taria.
Thank you, Taria. You're on.
Thank you.
As always. Yeah, thank you so much for everything. I'm just going to say it's been a pleasure working with you over the last few years, and I know things are changing, but I just want to say thank you so much for your presence in the theater community here in the High Desert and whatever happens next.
Well, thank you for all the great things that you make happen for the community, both of you. I just have so much love and appreciation for you too. And you've made my time in the desert, it's been the icing on the cake. So thanks for being the fabulous icing on the cake.
Oh, thanks. And I'm still looking forward to calling you Dr. Autry.
Give me several years.
Can you remind us what are you studying for your PhD in?
So I'm applying for programs, but my goal is to go into communications as my PhD program.
Oh, wow.
Media, culture, gender, and performance, which are all things that I've been into for a really long time.
Yeah. Oh, great. All right. Thank you so much, Taria.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye. Bye to you and to everyone watching.
Bye.
So that was Taria Autry, and again, thank you, Taria. Just reminding you, if you are, yes, I'm going to do the plug again. If you are watching and you're enjoying, please feel free to support the Hi-Desert Fringe Festival, www.highdesertfringe.org to make a donation. And also to remind you that donations of $25 or more will get you a free download of Kurt Schaffner's music, which is coming up a little later in the show. So yeah, don't go away. And of course, thank you to everyone who's already donated. We really appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. Up next, we have a short video from our friend David Harris. David wrote the play How to Bury the Pets that was performed at last year's High Def.
Hey everybody, coming to you from Redondo Beach, California. And Mary and crew asked for a video about remembering the Fringe Festival and thoughts going forward. I was part of the Fringe Festival last year. Mary directed a reading of my play, How to Bury the Pets, for the festival. And for me, it connected me back to my issues with permission problems. The Fringe allowed me as a professional writer to step back and go, when am I writing for myself? When am I doing projects that are important to me? And as an artist, that is one of the most important things to stay connected to. Fringe allows for different ideas to be thrown out there and bounced around and be discovered, both by the artist and the community that keeps it going. And of course, I think live theater's coming back. There's been so many incidences over the course of human history that has sent people into their caves or dwellings only to come back out and need the connection, need the reflection of what this life is all about. So I look forward to live theater coming back and coming back to the Fringe Festival and all that has to offer. You guys take care. Talk to you later.
You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe.
Okay, thank you, David.
Thanks.
And I did talk to Kevin, who did How to Bury the Pets. And of course, I'm still in touch with Greg, who's also in that. And we actually looked at your rewrite. We really enjoyed your rewrite. So we look forward to having you next year.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so up next we have a performance by Marianne Emma Jeff. And for our high def friends who were with us last year, Marianne Emma Jeff performed a play last year called The Zen of Hot Yoga. And it was the audience choice winner for the Hi-Desert Fringe 2019.
Yep.
So this year she's back with a new show called It's a Knockout. And quick little bio on Marianne. She is the CEO of the Women's Business Momentum Center. And she's the #1 bestseller of Brand Me and Get It Done, The Diva's Guide to Business. And she also lives, I believe, in La Quinta, California. So live from the lower desert, we have Marianne Emma Jeff. Hi, welcome to Hi-Desert Fringe.
Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you so much for doing
See you, Mary.
Yeah, thank you. All right, well, we're going to put you in the spotlight video, and without further ado, it's a knockout.
Thank you. All right, everybody. Listen up, everyone. I'm going to pair you up for class today. And I want you to go out and I want you to observe people. Notice how they interact. What are they dressed in? Where do you think they might be going? What's their story? This is an excellent exercise for developing characters. A lot of people don't even know who they are. Ola, yes, this includes you. Now, I want you to go to places where there's a lot of people so you can really mine for gold here. Maybe the train station, Broadmarsh Shopping Center, or a museum. Really take lots of notes. Make really good use of this time. And bring the notes to class, and I'll tell you what to do with them next week. Now, Ola, you go with Marianne. Penny, you with Jim. Hey, Ola, want to go to the pub? Let me tell you a little bit about Ola. See, Ola joined the drama program at Clarendon College when we were already 6 months into the first year. And within a couple of hours, she was the most popular girl in class. Ola walked into a room with confidence. She had shoulder-length, light brown curls, angular cheekbones. She was strong and sexy, and she had an Irish accent that screamed, "Don't fuck with me!" There was rumors that she had connections to the IRA, and none of us dared to question her. She was a badass, and I was fascinated by her. After a couple of hours of observing each other over pints, Ola and I had bonded over beer and cigarettes. I was doing my best to exude an air of mystery, and I could tell Ola was intrigued. And then we went into the bathroom. We went to fix our lipstick, and I reached into my pocket and I pulled out the grass that my aunt had sent me in the mail for my 16th birthday. And I began to roll a joint like I knew what I was doing. "I didn't know you smoked pot." "Well, I'm not gonna scuttle on the floor with the rats for it when you're throwing it out in the bathroom. But if you offer me some, I won't say no." You see, I'd watched as Ola in the first couple of weeks of class had worked it with no effort at all. Like in the girls' bathroom, she sat on the floor, surrounded by wide-eyed girls, smoking a joint, down to the nub, and then licking the minute nub across the bathroom floor. And that prompted her surrounding entourage to scuttle like rats, elbows flying in the air, diving into each other in this mad scramble to retrieve the nub, while I stood there slowly washing my hands. As we moved on to the next pub, we went to the upstairs balcony and we're finding a table in a bar called Yates's in the center of town. As I look down at Nottingham Town Square, it's a flurry of activity as men and women stumble and seduce their way across the town square. Get your tits out for the lads. Tits off is the familiar tune on any given night. Ola commands some friends to join us and they chat amongst themselves as I lean into a conversation about Stanislavski with Ola. Everyone else just fades into the background. I can feel the alcohol in my body and it's blurring and distorting all the noise around me as I look into Ola's deep, mysterious brown eyes. And then I hear this voice, it's really close and it sounds really familiar. It sounds just like me. And it says, I have lesbian tendencies towards you. Ola stares at me, frozen, for 2 very long seconds, while in my head, I'm thinking, who said that? That wasn't me. Why would I say that? That doesn't make any sense. I would know. I would have planned it out if it was me. What just happened? I don't feel that way. I like men. I've certainly had my fair share. Well, even if I did feel that way. What the fuck kind of a way is that to say it? I have lesbian tendencies towards you? What am I, a robot? It was me, wasn't it? Shit, I didn't mean it. What am I gonna do? What is everybody gonna think at college? I have lesbian tendencies towards you? Ola is going to kick my ass. Ola leans back, scrunching up her nose as if there is a really bad stench in the room. What the fuck? Everybody at the table is staring at me with their mouths wide open in silence. Let's get out of here. They down their drinks, grab their bags, and head out the door. I watch as their heads bob through the crowd and get your tits out for the lads, piss off. Suddenly, I'm feeling very sober, like someone's just thrown ice water in my face. So I order a shot of Jaeger, throw it down my throat, and the warmth in my belly feels comforting. I gotta fix this. I've gotta fix this. I gotta talk to Ola. I will go to Rock City. That's the club they're going to next. And I'll tell her I was just joking or I'm really drunk. I've got to fix this. I've got to fix this before everybody at college finds out. What are they going to think? I'm going to be ostracized. I'm going to be laughed at. I'll become Marianne, the girl they hang out with when no one else is around. Marianne, the girl that hits on everyone. I go to Rock City. I sit at the bar and I'm tempted to go to the dance floor. Oh, I just want to forget all of this happened. I want to go back to the good times. I want to rewind. I want to just immerse myself in the music. I want to sing along with the crowd and flow and sing with every drunken, dulcet tone in the lyrics, but I can't. My confidence is shot. My life is in turmoil. I don't even know who I am anymore. So I order a pint. I grab onto it and I make my way to the other side of the throbbing dance floor. With each sip, of warm cider. My confidence grows. My goal feels more attainable. And then I see Ola in the middle of the heaving dance floor. I bob my way over, positioning myself so I can accidentally come across her. Hiya! I don't know why I said what I said. I must be really pissed. Ola's right arm swings around decisively and slaps me hard across my right cheek. I'm thrown suddenly into fight or flight mode, and somehow with drunken confidence, I decide to fight. I lunge forward with my nails and miss, grasping the back of her hair. She shakes me free and grabs onto the back of mine, yanking back my neck. Then she lets go and holds on tightly to my shoulders and throws me to the floor. She crouches over to me and gets ready to spit in my face, when suddenly 2 bouncers pull her off me like a piece of fluff. The dance floor parts like the Red Sea as she's escorted out. And she never spoke to me again.
Marianne, Emma, Jeff.
Hi.
Thank you.
Thank
That
you.
was great.
Oh,
I love your adventures.
I've got a lot of them.
oh, that was fabulous.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, wow.
So
Well,
we're going to look forward to having you back with us live next year at the Fringe.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get more of your adventures.
Yeah. That's part of a longer piece called The Zen of Hot Yoga. So I'm sorry, The Zen of Red Wine. And
oh, okay.
Oh, okay. The Zen of Red Wine.
Yeah. So looking forward to that. Thanks again for doing this. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for being
Oh,
a
you're
part
so welcome. Have a great day.
Okay.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Okay. All right. So next up, we have a video from Catherine Whaler, and she is doing a reading for the Hi-Desert Fringe. She is an actor and an ascension guide. Was there anything else you wanted to say?
Oh, no. Actor, ascension guide, all around, just great person.
Yeah. And
that's all I wanted to say.
A wonderful part of our Thought Theater and Hi-Desert Fringe family. And
absolutely, she's fabulous. Yes.
Yeah, and I am so looking forward to doing more things with Catherine in the future.
And don't forget, we did a film with her.
Yes, we did. Yes. Yeah. Rasputin's Curse.
Rasputin's Curse.
All right. So here is Catherine Whaler.
You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. Living on the fringe. Say I'm living on the fringe.
Hi everyone, my name is Catherine Whaler. I am an actor who has performed with Thought Theater and Mary Hunter and Anne Van Haney, who run the Hi-Def Fringe Festival. And I have recently had the privilege and honor of playing Blanche Dubois in a streetcar named Desire. I also am professionally an activation and ascension guide, which means that I am a psychic channel. So Mary has asked me today to do a tarot reading to talk a little bit about the future of theater as it pertains to helping humanity and helping all of us get into connection with ourselves that have the most potential. So I'm so excited to do that today. I'm going to be pulling from the Star Child Tarot, and then I also am going to be pulling either from the Starseed Oracle or the Work Your Light Oracle deck, one of these two. We'll see which one sounds the best.
So I just, as I'm pulling these cards, would love to say how much not only I enjoy working with the women who run the Fringe Theater Festival, but also just how important theater is at this time. Theater is our way of communication. It is our way of telling stories. Artists are what keep people alive and keep people going during times of hardship. You know, Shakespeare even wrote King Lear during the Black Plague. So it is a time when necessity becomes the mother of invention, and we can have wonderful artistic triumphs during this time. So I'm so excited that they asked me to read this. I'm very honored. And obviously, I'm such a fan of Thought Theater and the Hi-Def Fringe Festival. I think that it is such a wonderful community, such a wonderful thing to be a part of. So thank you, ladies, for creating that space for theater in our desert community. And thank you to those who are watching this and our patrons and audience members. We really appreciate you. We really love you. I love you. Thank you for coming to the shows I've been in. Thank you for your wonderful feedback and your sweet messages. And let's see what's in store for the future of theater and the future of Thought Theater. Okay. Beautiful. Oh my gosh. Ah, that's so gorgeous. See, I love this. Okay, so the cards that I pulled were the Three of Crystals, which is the Three of Pentacles in another tarot deck. So the Three of Crystals, and then the Akashic Records. And I love this because I actually channel the Akashic Records and have my whole life. So this is beautiful. The Three of Crystals is all about divine, aligned, amazing financial opportunity. It's all about making money from a very aligned place, doing it in a way that helps other people, in a way that gives back. Not just financial abundance, but abundance in all forms, having to do with this beautiful Three of Crystals energy. It's about standing in strength, standing in purpose, and knowing that what you're doing is divinely guided and is giving back to humanity. And because of this, you are fairly compensated for your contributions. And then, of course, the Akashic Records has to do with the Akashic Records. So the Akashic Records has to do with actually channeling and knowing that this is not only all happening in divine timing, but also that you are connected to a theater company. And I've always known this. I wouldn't have worked with them if it wasn't the case. But you are connected to a theater company who, again, truly cares about people, truly cares about humanity and changing the world, is very divinely guided, is a soul community of people coming together, uplifting and supporting each other, and really just that we were all meant to come together in this community. So if you're watching this video, you are a part of that too. And I'm going to pull one more card. Miri, I know you said 5 minutes, but I just got to pull one more card for the Work Your Light. So let's see what one more card comes up for the future, for any guidance. See if we get anything. So for Hi-Def Fringe, there we go. It fell on the ground. Beautiful. So we get the Align Your Life card. So what is not aligned and what needs to change? And so I think that this really has to do with the time that we're in. I think this has to do with how theater and how art is coming to the forefront of this larger social movement, of this movement of elevating all voices, of elevating all people, of connecting us as a global community. Let's see what we got on the divine support. Oh, okay, beautiful, and a wonderful way to close this out. In the divine support position, we get the soul family, and it says, call in your tribe, and you don't have to do it alone. You can see how gorgeous that is. So just know that if you are in this community as an artist, if you are in this community as a patron, if you are in this community as an audience member, you are meant to be, you're in the right place. You're connected with the right people, and we're so grateful to have you. Thank you all so much for supporting the Hi-Def Fringe Festival. Thank you for supporting the incredible women who run it. Thank you for supporting me and all the other artists who participate in these projects. And I am wishing you all the love and light. And I'm wishing Hi-Def Fringe all the love and light for all their future endeavors. Bye.
You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. Living on the fringe.
All right, that was a wonderful and very inspiring reading from Catherine.
Yeah, it was great. She's great.
I am so glad because I get to introduce the next show. It is Bobby Joe Jackson, News from Around the Living Room Chair, starring our wonderful Miri Hunter. Miri wants everyone to know this is the third installment in the Bobby Joe Jackson series. After preaching about the vortex of evil and losing your soul to false promises, Bobby Joe Jackson is sheltering in place and gives a commencement place for the world from her living room chair. I'm pleased to introduce Miri Hunter.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to my home, my sheltering in home place. I'm Bobby Joe Jackson. Light me with a light, show me the way home. Light me with a light, show me the way to go home. I'm a singer, preacher, all around critical thinker. Now, this is my third time around with some of you, and well, I decided I need to make a third appearance this year. You see, in my first appearance, I spoke to you about the vortex of evil. Well, no, actually, what I spoke to you about was trying to avoid the vortex of evil, but I don't think many of you were listening. So I came back and I just decided that I would talk to you about the crossroads, and not just the crossroads, but losing your soul at the crossroads. But once again, I'm finding that no one actually did a lot of listening. So I'm back this time, this third time around, and I am just gonna give you my perspective of the world one more time. And this time I bet it will stick. That's what I want you to take away with you. Now, some of you may not know this, but a couple of months ago, LeBron James gave me a call. And he called me, he said, hey, Bobby Joe, you know, I'm doing this big commencement thing for the class of 2020. They can't all get together. And I would be so honored if you would co-give the commencement address with Barack Obama. Well, I said, LeBron, I'm honored. I'm honored that you would even think to ask me. But you know what, LeBron, I am having such an interesting time sheltering in place. I said, I haven't even opened my computer screen for I don't know how long. And I think I'm going to have to pass. But just please give my regards to the Obamas, on and on. But you know what? I don't know. Maybe I made a little mistake and maybe I should have done that commencement address, but I'm going to give it a commencement address right now. And you know what? I'm going to start with this idea, this concept of what we've been calling sheltering in place. Yes, sheltering in place, or as I call it, S-I-P, SIP. Now, do you actually know what it means to sip? Because I'm looking around the world, I'm not so sure. But as I recall, sip means not guzzle. You know what I mean? It means sip. It means take what you need because there's plenty to go around. It just means sip. You know what I did? I checked in with Mother Gaia, you know, the earth. Yeah. And since we started the sipping thing, she said to me, you know what, Bobby Joe? I can breathe. It's like the air is clean. It's just, I can sit back, she said to me, and I can see my beauty and who I am. I said, I know, Mom. I know, Mother Gaia. I know. I've been doing the same thing. But you know what? Even though we can all take a lesson from that, I know that some of you haven't been sipping. Yeah, I know that's okay. Okay. I know some of you have been pipping, P-I-P, pondering in place, right? And some of you have even gone to the extent of whipping, W-I-P, worrying in place. But you know what? I'm not here to make a judgment. It's all okay because the whole world is doing this all at the same time. It's a phenomenon, the entire planet. Did you feel it? Did you feel the earthquakes? You know what that was? That was Gaia. That was Gaia. She was just tired of holding it in place and she had an opportunity to just stop and take it all in. You know, we walk around all our lives just trying to hold things together. And it becomes tiresome. I mean, if you've been doing it for thousands of millions of years, like she's been, or even if you've been doing it for 10 years, or 20 years, or 50 years, just think about it. Just think about it. I know what you're saying. I know you're saying, Bobby Joe, I am tired. I am weary. And you know, I hear you. I understand. But brothers and sisters, I'm here to tell you that I'm troubled because we are at a crossroads. We are. See, I talked about the crossroads last year. I'm gonna bring it back. Yeah. See, the crossroads. You know what they are? I mean, I'll just fill you in a little bit. The crossroads. You know, there's east and there's south, and then there's west and there's north. Or for some of us, it's air, fire, water, and earth. But the point is, you don't just pick one direction. When you're at the crossroads, you don't go all the way there or all the way there. You stand in the middle. Do you know what that's called? That's not called not making a choice. You know what that's called? That's called balance. That's right. And we're kind of out of balance right now, right? So we got to balance. Many people are just tired of making the same complaints over and over again. You know, people are tired of saying I'm human. I mean, I belong to this planet. I want to do simple things. I want to do hard things. I want to be seen, they're saying. Well, we were not born to suffer. Not as I understand it, no. So I hear that cry and I hear that you're weary. And I know that sometimes we all feel a little bit broken. You know, we have this concept of sheltering in place or sheltering at home, but do you know what home is? Home is not a building where you put up walls and shutters. Home, it's not a place that you cower and hide. Home is your heart. Home is. You can't be shuttering up your heart and expect the world to be fine. Oh, you gotta let the light in your heart shine out. You know, my great-great-grandfather, well, I'm not sure how many greats it was, but anyway, my grandfather, James, Grandpa James, he was a preacher man too. And you know what he used to tell me? He used to tell me, Bobby Joe, you can't be a light. Cowering under that bed, hiding over there. You can't be a light unless you open your heart and let it shine. There's already enough darkness in this world. Let's make that crack and let's put that light in, he'd say. Then he used to tell me a story. He was a really, really good storyteller. I happen to have a story right here, so I'm gonna share it with you as part of this commencement address. The story is called The Circle Turns. And it's about Jim, Annie, Mrs. Toller, and a little girl named Lucy. I'm gonna start her off with a song. Blind me with the light, show me the way home. Blind me with the light, show me the way to go. Bone tired, nowhere to go, trapped. Jim looked at Annie across the table. Annie shrugged. Bored. She was bored, apathetic at everything that was going on around her. Jim stood up. He grabbed Annie by the hand, and off they went, making it up as they went along like they always did. The rain had stopped. The roads were passable. The sun felt healing and not musty like the old cabin. In the car with the radio on, rolling down the road, stirring their once laden bodies. No one was out. Silence everywhere. What to do? Annie waved. Hey, it was Mrs. Toller. Mrs. Toller, she waved back from her porch and she hollered, I thought we were quarantined. We sure were, Annie responded. But we need groceries and a lot of gin, said Jim. As he drove, he casually slid his hand under Annie's dress and she let out a soft moan. And she reached to caress Jim's crotch. Things started like this, yeah, always. A little too riled up and then trouble. The spirit, that's how they called it. The spirit would just get into them. It was a sort of possession. A wild look and Jim stepped on the accelerator. Annie let out a loud whoop and off they went. Holy fire, they raced through town, out of town, into the fastnesses of the Mojave, feeling the call. 2 hours into nothingness, and they were there, and they were greeted. Food was cooking, a night ahead. Jim, Annie, and members of a long-forgotten desert sanctuary. Jim spoke to the men. Annie took off with the women. Memories, accidentally meeting here, always coming back to renew, belonging, gathering. The women told stories about their ambush and adventures and showed off their trophies. They bonded, the men, about the animal hunts, the changing weather, and the softness of their women. Together, they all dined. Then the drums came out. The dances began. Medicine, they called it, yeah. Crying, sobbing into the earth, seething of sorrow. Elation always followed. Elation always followed the purging. Then the coupling, the mingling of body and spirit. Suddenly, a light flash. Drumming stopped. Screams were heard. They were found. They looked up. Jim and Annie saw the horror around them, the sanctuary, their people slaughtered. They gathered their things. Should they fight back? The fire becoming cold in the desert night. They shivered. There were voices around them calling them out. We know you are here. How and why? Come out and we will stop the killing. Come out and we will take you and we will quietly free everyone else. They came out. More shots came. This was the source, they said. This was the reason for the town's affliction. Now it's gone, and you're standing trial for breaking quarantine. Back in town, they were, but they were not apart. Why did you do it, they said. Why did you put the whole town in danger? No danger, Annie and Jim. The danger was not because of the sanctuary. The sanctuary purged the danger. The ritual was why the town still survived. The superstition was false. The sanctuary understood the land. Without the rituals, the town did not have long. The guardians would be gone, and so would the town. Silly fools, said Annie and Jim. You no longer have medicine, protection. They were booked. The Mojave heat rose, the winds blew. It dried up. The water supply, the food deliveries. No one and nothing could get through. One by one, the citizens died, and Jim and Annie died as traitors. A door closed, a window open. Watch the souls fly away. Can't go back. The lights ahead. Watch the souls fly away. Mrs. Toller laid in her bed, mumbling something about a lost cause. What was it? A bloodstain. No, a chain. A broken chain. Jim and Annie had broken quarantine. Broke the chain. No, not that. No. Not a chain. A broken blood chain. Why was there a quarantine? She couldn't remember, but she had to try. That place, she had known about that place in her youth. She had met him there. She got up to save the town, and in her heart she knew someone must have survived. She would walk to the sanctuary, like in her childhood. Would he still be there? No one knew, no one saw, and once again, a broken quarantine. She packed water, covered her face, took a jacket, and the trinket. She wore it always around her neck. No one knew about it except Annie and Jim. She told them, but they had to be careful. Superstition was all around. And as she walked, she sang. Her voice calming the winds, the sun almost visible. It took days, but she found the remnants, bones, stray animals, and so she sat and she made an offering, lighting a fire and chanting, burning herbs and chanting. For 3 nights, she waited, chanting, as close to praying as she would ever get. Her calling. He had heard her calling, and on the 4th evening, he and several others arrived. We saw you. I know, but we hesitated. A trap. I want peace for my town, for my people, for all of us. We're dying. Our ways are destroyed. Your people, they are their own captors. It is done. Ignorance, fear, control, they are your new gods. Go in peace or stay. It matters not. You can be safe here. Admonished, she pulled a trinket from around her neck. She offered it to him. He looked at it, studied it, remembered it. How did you get this? He asked her. On a night with the drums and the dancing, we were together. The trinket. He took a piece of leather from around his neck, another trinket, his father's. You were safer here, she said. Your blood runs hot with desert desire. I left you. My heart torn. I left him. Your heart, my heart torn. And I returned. I returned in the beginning, but the separation was always too hard. I was pulled in 2 directions. Like you. Please help us. One fire, one night, just time. It was silent. They left her there with food, water, necessities. Days later, they returned with what she hoped would be a positive response. We have taught His voice was familiar like his father's, but not quite. Without trust, he said. Your world is without trust. You live in decadence. You disrespect yourselves. There is no honor, only self-involvement. We cannot let this go on. Your destruction is your own doing. You, mother, you are welcome to stay. You're also free to go. You choose. Our home here will go on. We tend the earth. Mrs. Toller looked at her son. She removed the trinket from around her neck. She stood up, she turned her back on her son, and she walked away. The trinket, the connection, she looked at it. She tossed it away. She walked back to her home, through the wind, the sand, the darkness, each its own plague. It took her days. Her house still stood. She went in. She remembered Annie. She remembered Jim. And sometimes, if you're out and about, you could hear her voice. Unbroken, unbroken, my spirit was broken. Lucy played, always too far from home. She collected treasures and she hid them in secret places. It was late, the drums had started, her parents were waiting for her. Only a few more years, she thought, then she'd go. She'd dance at the fire, she'd meld with the drums and be a part of the cycle. Heart treasures on a night like this. She participated anyway, wearing her treasures. Parents gone, she would adorn herself with stones made into bracelets and bones gathered to form a crown. A trinket, shiny, like her mom's, broken, but beautiful. She applied it to the bracelet. They came home, they found her asleep on the porch. Adornments, her mother marveled at her child's artistry. She would have her apprenticed. The father turned angry. The trinket, the bracelet, the same as his wife's, his mother's. Life went on as he predicted for them, but in the end, it ended for the others, the ones that took and never gave. His mother, he remembered his arrogance, turning her away. His mother, all were dead years ago. The desert had reclaimed and taken herself back. The sanctuary continued, caretaking the desert and maintaining the rights. The trinket seemed to bring it all back to him. The destruction, had it been necessary? Pestilence, he heard it in his prayers. People were the pestilence. So he heeded the call, clear the land. That was it, wasn't it? He looked at his maid for reassurance, but he had doubts. Wasn't he part of the pestilence? His wife sought to soothe him throughout his feverish rant. He was quick, always jumping and then looking, unlike his father. He ran out into the early morning air. He ran to the secret chambers, and there he sat. There he wept. His mother's face came to him, pleading. She only wanted to live, but she died. He sliced his palms with a rock. Could he bleed her blood out of himself, then return to the sanctuary whole, unafflicted? The blood ran and he screamed, he cried, he wept, his hubris to deny his own mother. He didn't want to be part of her. He was sanctuary only, but she returns through his daughter, just a trinket, the largest evidence of his guilt. He wandered out of the sanctuary for days until he came to the remains. They were killed. Annie, Jim, his mother, somewhere in this town. He cried for them. Wailing came, and it echoed back to the sanctuary. His daughter heard. His family came to him. Fires were built, drumming and dancing occurred. She is still here, his wife spoke to him. dances. He raised his head. He looked towards the fire. There, she dances. His mother. No, his wife said, your daughter. The mother lives through your daughter. She forgives. We start a new beginning, a welcoming sanctuary for all of her children. The circle turns. Fell down on my knees, sang my prayers, Mother Earth. Touched the ground, felt her power, sang my prayers, Mother Earth. Sing this next part with me. I've sung it a lot. I think you know it. You ready? Here we go. Blind me with the light, show me the way home. Blind me with the light, show me the way to go home. Now, I want you to take notice of that story. You see, people were asked to sip, right? But it seemed that no one knew why. So they pipped and they whipped. Spent their time pondering who to blame or worrying about who to blame. But this young man, he didn't even want to connect with his mother. Shameful. But all around the planet nowadays, people are doing this other thing too. They're protesting, but they're doing something. They're taking a knee. It's a solemn protest of connecting your body to the earth. And it's happening all over. And as I sit in my living room chair, worried about the news, I simply think, where's this all going? I mean, it seems like in America, every 30 years or so, there's this movement, right? There's a movement for social justice, civil rights, humanity, everyone being equal every 30 years or so. That means that if you're 90, and some of my fans are 90 or more, this is your fourth time around. And my question to the class of 2020, whether you're graduating kindergarten, high school, college, or getting your doctorate, my question to you is, this time, can you make it stick? Can you just make it stick? Right? We have so many things to do as humanity that if you could make it stick, we wouldn't have to do this again. There's this place in San Bernardino County, California. Yeah, they the county council, the city, I don't know, but they passed something that said they were going to make racism a mental health issue. Well, that means you can get medical coverage for experiencing it. But here's my question: who actually gets coverage? People suffering from the effects of decades of racist things being done to them, or people living with privilege, coming to the awareness that maybe they were racist. See, here we are. We're at that crossroads, right? And it's a lot. And I do not want to be the one to foster duality. Seems to me we all need help. So I'm expanding my business. I've decided that I'm going to start selling racism insurance. It's just call or text me. No big deal. And in the morning when I wake up and turn on my Facebook page, I don't want to see a lot of other people doing the same thing. This is my new business. You got that? Okay, good. Okay. So I'm expecting it to really take off. So I might have to give up a couple of things like preaching, hanging out with the Obamas, but it's worth it. My Grandpa Jancy would just say, Bobby Joe, you see a need, you feel it. So as I sit back in my living room chair, continuing my sip way of life, here's my final message. My final message this year. Make it stick. I am Bobby Joe Jackson. I'll be back again. And that was Bobby Joe Jackson, and I'm being Mary Hunter.
All right, yay, Mary! Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're absolutely welcome. You're so welcome. It's my pleasure.
So are you planning to do more installments in the Bobby Joe Jackson canon?
Oh, absolutely. She is just such a hoot.
All right.
You know, she says really cool things. I can say things that, you know, but she can say things and she's kind of a hoot. And I think, you know, her message is pretty good. So yeah, there'll be more. Yeah. Actually, I'm doing a script that that goes back to her great grandmother, Bobby Joe Jackson. So we'll look forward to that.
Oh, great. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
All right. Yeah. So next up, we have a couple of videos. One is from Andy Harmon's improv class, and it's showing how they've adapted improv class to being only on Zoom. And then after that, there's a short message from Sue Neal, the filmmaker and actor and writer we've been talking about, who has recently finished making Rasputin's Curse. All right, so.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, here comes.
You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. Living on the fringe. Say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. Say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. Living on the fringe. Living on the fringe.
Weather?
It's
Nice, right? Well, what do you think?
It has, you know, it does have some.
Exactly. It's you look great in it too. You look fantastic. Nice little, yeah, looks good.
Well, that's kind of you. Yes, I mean it. You know.
And a deal like this, you're not going to find this anywhere else. I mean, you went right for it. You got a great eye, got a great look, got great taste, and you've got a great deal right here, right now. So why don't I have you sign this? You don't have to do it. You know what? Why don't? How about this? How about this? You take this beauty home overnight. Give any hesitation. You take it home overnight, and you come back tomorrow. How's that sound? You just need to sign right here. You see to sign this little piece of paper, just so we're indemnified in case anything happens to the car. But I want you to have this car. It's just be a shame.
It seems very. I feel very. I
got it. I get it. Totally. And I think what you're really feeling underneath it all, anything you're feeling underneath it all is like, oh my God, I'm so excited. To drive away in this beautiful baby blue convertible diesel. Can't find diesel anymore. I mean, you know, Volkswagen, you're that shit show with Volkswagen, right? This is the last one. Wow. Right? Am I right?
Would it be okay if I, well,
Yes, absolutely. It's okay. Just Here, just sign this right here, and what? Can I get you some water? Can I get you some water? I'll leave you with the pen, the keys, right here. This is your baby. This is you all over. I mean, this doesn't happen to me. This doesn't happen to me ever. Where there's just this kismet. It's like you just came in, and it's almost as if this gorgeous car kind of lifted, just like teleported, and was right here, and the two of you came together. And I just want this to happen. Anything I could do to make this happen for you, it would really make me feel good.
I feel
yes.
I'll take that water. I'll take that water.
Absolutely. Hey, Matt, bring in the water. It's on its way. So, have you seen the Bose sound system? Did you get it? Let's get inside. Come here. Come on. Come in. Right in here on the right side. Come on in. There you go. Come on. There you go. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Whoa. Feel that leather?
It's
nice, right? What's that smell? What's that?
New car smell.
That's it. Yes. Great. What's your favorite kind of music? What's your favorite music? Come on.
I
yes.
like rock and roll.
Rock and roll. Right. Okay. Sit back. Here we go. Whoa! Just like that commercial, right? With the guy, right?
Pioneer.
Right. Yeah.
You say I'm living on the fray. I say I'm living on the fringe. Living on the fray. Say I'm living on the fray. I say I'm living on the fray. Say I'm living on the fray. I say I'm living on the fringe. Living on the fringe. Living on the fringe.
Welcome to the third annual Hi-Desert Fringe Fest. I want to thank Ann Van Haney and Mary Hunter for their wise decision in continuing on with this great project. The last 2 years, I have been Velma in Velma and Bernice. And I want you to enjoy the program, and it's darn tootin' I'm going to be there next year. Thank you so much, and enjoy the show.
You say I'm living on the fray. I say I'm living on the fringe. Living on the fray. Say I'm living on the fray. I say I'm living on the fray. Say I'm living on the fray. I say I'm living on the fringe. Living on the fringe. Living on the fringe.
Okay, so I think we're back.
Yeah,
Yeah, awesome.
we're back.
Okay.
And you know what? We are going to give it another try to see if we can watch Rebecca Havley's video before
Oh,
our
excellent.
last show. But maybe you can remind everybody the premiums or the premium that they can get if they donate more than $25.
Yeah. First of all, let's just thank everyone who's been donating throughout the 6 hours, 5.5 hours. We really appreciate that. And just a reminder that if you donate $20 or more, we will get you a download of the songs that Kurt Schaffner, who is our next and last performer, we will get you his songs. So that's an added bonus. So $25 or more, you can go to our website, you can do a Venmo, and we will get you those songs. But no amount too small. And we're just happy to have like a great audience. I would be curious, and I don't know how I could possibly know this, but who has stuck with us since 2 o'clock?
I know. That would be great to know. That would be great to know. Maybe if people can comment in the YouTube live chat if they've been with us since 2 o'clock, it'd be really great to know who's out there. Yeah. Of course, if you haven't been able to watch all of it, it's great that you're here for some of it. And we're also going to be keeping the live stream up on YouTube so everybody can watch it at their leisure. And within the next couple of days, I'll be putting up clips of each individual show too on our YouTube channel. So please keep checking back for new stuff from Hi-Desert Fringe.
Plus all of the videos that you've seen from all of our past performers, they are also up on our YouTube channel.
Yes. All right, so let's give this another try if we can watch Rebecca's video.
All right.
Here we go.
You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. Living on the fringe. Say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. Say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe. Living on the fringe. Living on the fringe.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Havley, a local director of theater, musical theater, dramas, comedies, plays, and this is the 3rd year in a row that the producers of the Hi-Desert Fringe Fest have included me, and I thank you. They have asked me to answer an interesting question, a serious question. Do I believe theater will ever be the way it once was? And I would like to give that a serious answer, but since this is a Fringe Fest, I would like to add something to this video style performance in the way of props to help me answer the question in a more effective way, in a more visually effective way for this new way that Fringe is being done. So my answer is yes, I do think theater will eventually be what it once was, but it's going to take a little time, a little bit of time before things get back to the way they once were. I think there's going to be quite a while things are uncertain that we're going to have to videotape or use a camera for our performances, more so than a stage. Much more so, much for quite a while, much more video than not. That's how I'm feeling. I think that while we can't gather for 6 weeks at a time, 7 weeks at a time, weeknights for so long, that we should stop and smell the roses. that might be something we could do while we're waiting to get back to the grind of the way theater once was. Smell those roses. I also believe that we should have fun. Accessories while we're waiting. Why not get dressed up? Put on a costume or two or five. Share them with your theater friends. Make a great hat, I think. We could also just do all of our videos with crop movements that are exciting and interesting to the eye so that people, when they get to this part of the Fringe Fest, don't just forward video without watching someone give an answer to a question they've been asked, right? So, in wrapping up, I would like to say that one reason we should look forward to theater coming back full force the way it once was is because it is magical. It's magical like a unicorn. It's magical when there's dancing on stage, like ballerinas dancing in the show. It's fun when the cameras are rolling, but it's even more fun when it's live. When it's live. It will come, it will. It will take a little time or maybe a lot time. Be patient, people. It will return full force, full throttle, maybe by the next Fringe Fest. Again, I'm Rebecca Havely. This is High Def. My answer is time. Give it time. Give it time.
You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe.
Hey, thank you, Rebecca. Yay.
Oh, wow. So many great props.
Great. Well, it's about that time, isn't it?
It is. It is. Oh, my goodness. Our last live performer of the evening. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and can I go ahead and just get the introduction going?
Well, I'd like to say two things.
Sure.
Before we bring Kurt on, I'd like to say stick around because after Kurt performs, we do have a few more videos from our friends who've prepared videos, and we have our official goodbye for the evening. Oh, and what else did I want to say? Oh, yes, there's still time to donate. Donate to the Fringe Festival. Anytime is a great time to donate to the Fringe Festival at highdesertfringe.org or on Venmo at Project Sheba. Okay.
All right. Yes, exactly. And again, thank you to everyone who has so far donated. We appreciate it.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much.
Okay. So here we go. Kurt Schaffner. Okay. Kurt, I know people in the high desert know Kurt because he has been the editor of the Desert Trail newspaper for over 20 years. Wow. He's been actively writing and directing and acting. And I think he's probably performed in every theater company up here, which is totally awesome. His plays have been published by Off the Wall Plays, and he has 3 self-published novels. Tonight, though, he is going to share his storytelling prowess with us in a piece called Stories, Excuses, and Allies. Ladies and gentlemen, Kurt Schaffner.
Kurt?
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, Kurt.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
hear you.
I hear you. Yeah.
Fantastic. It's nice to be heard.
Yay. Oh,
great to see you. I'm so excited to hear this. I've heard some of your songs because I have the extra recordings. So I'm looking forward to your stories and everything.
Oh, thank you. I'm looking forward to doing this. Oh, I'm starting now. Okay.
Yeah,
Here we go.
you're starting. You're on. You're live.
Yes. All right.
All right. Me now.
This is Stories, Excuses, and Alibis. I'm Kurt Schopner, and I'll be your host for the next half hour. I'm going to tell you some stories and sing you some songs, and I hope you enjoy it. I think that Mary has told you that you can download some of these songs on the website. Please do that. I also want to say, if you're a performer and you think you'd like to do cover versions of these songs, get a hold of me. I'm sure we can work something out, because my biggest ambition for any of these songs is to hear them being performed by people who know what the heck they're doing. So this is the first song we're going to do. It's called April, and I think it's my favorite of the songs I've written, because it's a little more complex than some of the other songs I've done. And I like the fact that it started out its life with me wondering when my next 3 paycheck month was coming. And initially I thought it was going to be April. Then I realized it wasn't going to be till May. And I said to myself, well, April always lets me down. And I thought, that's a good opening line for a song. So I sat down and I wrote the rest of the song, and here it comes, April. April always lets me down, because the roses never bloom and the rain keeps coming down, and she sits in her room making up lies, stories, excuses, alibis, and she picks up the blanket and she wraps it around and says that April always lets me down. She says that April always lets me down. April always lets me down, because she says she's alone, but she never comes around, and she sits all day and night in her room, locking the door just like she's sealing her tomb, and she looks out the window, but she never comes round, and says that April always lets me down. She says that April always lets me down. Well, now I'm in love with May, and I'm in love with June, but I'll always sing a song slightly out of tune. You'll never know why I cause you pain, but I'm stuck inside this April rain. Oh, and April always lets me down, because she says she's alone, but she never comes around, and she sits all day and night in her room, locking the door just like she's sealing her tomb, and she looks out the window, but she never comes round, and says that April always lets me down. She says that April always lets me down. She says that April always lets me down. Thank you. This next song is called Circus, and it started out life as a dream. I often have songs in my dreams, but the trouble is, by the time I wake up, I'll remember that I had a song in a dream, but I won't be able to remember a single word or a single note of the song. So when I had this song in a dream, I forced myself to wake up in the middle of the night, and I ran around looking for paper and pencil, and I scribbled down all the words that I could remember, all 4 verses and the chorus. And then I woke up the next morning and I struggled mightily to read what I had written the night before, but I managed to do it, and I got this song out of it. It's called Circus, and I hope you enjoy it. Here we go. following night. Your mother had whiskers, she looked like a cat, and I bet she still had all 9 lives. I just saw you and I fell completely. You were flying upon the trapeze, but I'll beg and I'll plead and I'll burn and I'll plead just to bring you back home to me. I said I'll beg and I'll plead and I'll burn and I'll plead just to bring you back home to me. After the circus I saw you, but it seems I was fresh out of luck. 'Cause I met your father and I met your mother and your psychotic old Uncle Buck. Well, they drugged me and then they deranged me and sent me back to my home by the sea. But I'll beg and I'll plead and I'll burn and I'll plead to bring you back home to me. I said I'll beg and I'll plead and I'll burn and I'll plead just to bring you back home to me. I returned the next day to the circus, but the circus had left me behind with a puddle of blood and an emanating dust and a piece of old rotten corn rind. I looked back toward my home on the ocean, and the sun hasn't set on the sea. I said I'll beg and I'll plead and I'll burn and I'll plead just to bring you back home to me. I said I'll beg and I'll plead and I'll burn and I'll plead just to bring you back home to me. I looked down for something to the circus, just to see what was on the head. Saw a mannequin's head where the knife blower bled, and the tracks where the circus folk fled. So I followed those tracks where they left me, turned my back to my home by the sea. And I'll beg and I'll plead and I'll burn and I'll plead just to bring you back home to me. I said I'll beg and I'll plead and I'll burn and I'll plead just to bring you back home to me. This next song is called 500 Reasons, and I wanted to put it on this set because it's a very hopeful song, and I think we need hopeful songs right now. I like playing the song live because I enjoy hearing people sing along the chorus. Chorus, I think, is very fun. And the story I have about this song, I think I heard this from Ted Quinn. I think he told me that there was a friend of his who, when he first heard the song, got mad when he heard the first 1 or 2 lyrics. But by the end of the song, he enjoyed it. So I'm very glad, I'm very proud that I won him over. So here it comes, 500 Reasons. Ready? Now it's gonna happen if you're ready or not. So here we go. He walked 500 miles and then he turned around and walked back home again. He said there is just one journey why you should carry on. Oh, but even though the night is anything but bright, at the end of every night there is a dawn. And I got 1, 3, 4, 500 reasons for you, honey, 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 please hold on. And I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 500 reasons for you, honey, 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 please hold on. Well, I know that you felt pain, and it made you quite insane. 'Cause just like you, I have been down in the hole. But just reach right out and you will find I'm reaching out for you. And I have got the love to help you find the role. And I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 500 reasons for you, honey, 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 hold on. And I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 500 reasons for you, honey, 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 hold on. I got the sun, I got the moon, I got September, I got June, I got birthdays, anniversaries, and more. And I know my man is mad, and it sometimes makes you mad, but you just never know what life has in store. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 500 reasons for you, honey, 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 hold on. And I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 500 reasons for you, honey, 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 hold on. Now, this next song, unfortunately, is not quite as happy as that last one. This song is called 100,000 People. And I've been watching the coverage of the COVID-19 pandemic, and I wrote this after we hit 100,000 people lost to it here in the United States. And that put me in a bad mood already, because 100,000 really good people not with us anymore. And what put me in a worse mood was hearing friends of mine saying, well, it's not that big a deal, it's not that so many. We have 30 million people in this country, so 100,000 is not that much. And I kept thinking, but they're people, they're human beings. They're not gonna see the sunrise anymore. They're not gonna enjoy time with family and friends. They're not gonna feel their hearts skip a beat when they fall in love. And so many of the lives didn't have to be lost. So I wrote this song. 100,000 people will never see the sunrise, feel their hearts skip a beat, see the look in your eyes, keep insisting it's not that many. These are not numbers, these are people. 100,000 people will never go out sinning. 100,000 heartaches, we are just beginning. You keep insisting it's not that many. These are not numbers, these are people. songs without happy endings. 100,000 sad songs, and we are just beginning. You keep insisting it's not that many. These are the numbers. These are people. Now, this next song is called War No More. And it's basically, it's the story of my father's life. I've always wanted to write something about him because he did so many things in his life. He served his country in 3 wars. First as a dog soldier during World War II, and then as a fighter pilot in Korea, and finally as a transport pilot in Vietnam. He was also a test pilot, and several times he flew faster than the speed of sound. And when he finally got finished with his military career, he got into something crazy in the late 60s called computers. And he started a whole new career doing that. But you know, the thing I admire most about him is, in spite of all of his own accomplishments, I think he took his greatest pride from the things that his children did. And you know, my mother's the same way. So I admire both of them. So I want to dedicate my whole performance today to both of them, my mom and my dad, because I love them like crazy, and I got so much from them over the years. And so, Mom, Dad, this is for you. I hope you enjoy it. Well, I fought my way from Normandy to Austria, and I met I said he won't no more. Yes, time has come and gone, there is no more. Pain is growing, I can take no more. I'm going where I know my mother waits for me, and where I know how steady won't no more. From the cradle to the grave is not that far. It's closest to the place you always are. We're going to end on an upbeat note. This last song is a song I wrote. It's called Nothing in Common. And I wrote it about and for one of the great loves of my life. His name was Andrew. And I met him in Cerritos many years ago when I was working for the News Tribune and he was working for the Fantastic Sam's. And I still remember that first haircut he gave me. Pretty neat. And my gosh, we just fell in love with each other right away. And we had a good 10, 11 years before he passed away. And the funny thing is, we really didn't have anything in common. We had different opinions about food and movies and TV shows and music and different families, different friends. He was a night person and I was a morning person. He was an extrovert and I was an introvert. But you know, we loved each other so much, we made it work. But the weird thing is, the whole time I was so worried that he would get bored with me and I'd lose it all. But then I decided, rather than worry about when it was going to end, I should just enjoy it while it lasted. And that's what I did. So I wrote this song called Nothing in Common. Now, if you listen to it, you'll find that it sounds a lot like a Pete Townsend song called Let My Love Open the Door. I didn't mean to do that, but once I had done it, I decided to keep it that way because it sounded nice. Now, if anyone out there is friends with Pete Townsend, please tell him about this song because I'm a big Pete fan and I'd love to hear from him, even if it's just so he can chew me out. So here we go. Big finale, Nothing in Common. Ready? 1, 2, 3. I've got every blood out, but there is no Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Ann. Thank you, Taria. Thank you, Tom. Thank you to all the volunteers who worked so hard to put this thing together and keep it going. Thank you to all the sponsors and the donors and the watchers. I love you all individually and as a group. Thank you. May the good news be yours.
Thank you so much, Kurt.
Thank you, Kurt.
Yeah, and thank you for
Thank you
being
for
our
letting me do this.
final live performer for the 2020 High-Desert Fringe.
Woohoo! Yeah,
I'm the closing act.
Yeah.
All right. Great. Well, we'll say goodnight to Kurt then.
Good night. Sweet dreams.
Okay.
Don't let
And
the bed bugs
I
bite.
just want to. I'm just like going through the day, and I'm just thinking about how wonderful the shows were, and they were different, but there was things about humanity, things about the current situation, things about families, and it was it's the mystical. There's a lot of the mystical happening here. It was great.
Yeah, people had a lot of time to contemplate life.
Yes.
Yeah, well, we still have a few more little video vignettes. This is one from our friends in the show that shall not be named, and they're going to be singing.
All right.
Road trip time.
Here we go.
Where we going? Well, this girl as high as you can into the wild blue. Set me free, oh, I pray. Send heaven all that closer to you. Instead of you. Instead of you. Take me away. Instead of you. You say I'm living on the fringe. I say I'm living on the fringe.
Wow.
Hey, Ann, guess what?
What?
We did it!
We did it! Yay!
We did it. Yay! Yay!
High five!
Yay!
High five!
High five! Woo! No,
High
wait,
five! Oh my gosh, it worked! Woo!
Whee! Okay. Yeah.
Yay! All right. Oh my goodness, we had a live high tech high def this year,
Yes, we
and
did.
yeah, it worked out, and I'm so
It
glad.
worked out. Yeah. I
Yeah.
personally want to thank you because you did so much of the tech. And I
Oh.
really appreciate that, you know, bringing that spirit, that gumption to it. Thank you. It's great.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and yes, I had some sleepless times thinking about how to get it done, but it
Right.
worked out, and I'm glad that we were able to make it happen for our friends and our artists around the world. And that's so neat too that we were able to include people from elsewhere in the world in this iteration of high def.
Yeah,
So
it was
it's a
great.
great time. Yeah, the cost of traveling to the desert didn't have to be a decision breaker. So yeah.
So, and I was watching that last video of high def through the years, and it just reminded me that we've actually created a high def family. We, you know, so many people came for 3 years and they want to come back, and we're expanding, and that feels really good. Feels really
Yeah,
good.
it does. It really does. And I'm so excited to see what we get to do next year. And I say get to do because we'll just make it up as we go along, just like we've done every single year.
Exactly. Oh, and that's living on the fringe. So there you go.
It is. Yeah, we are theater on the edge, and I think tonight we were on the cutting edge a bit. I know
I think we were actually.
I know so many festivals around the world had to make the tough decision about what to do. You know, there were places that
Right.
already had their programs printed up, their tickets printed up and everything, and I feel really grateful that we were able to roll with this and make it work online, and that we had performers who were willing to take a leap of faith and just perform on Zoom. Yeah.
So I think we should just thank everyone. What do you think?
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Make a last pitch about it was pay what you can.
Yeah,
And
I'll also say one more time, thank you again to our media sponsor, Z1077 FM. And yeah, go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. I was just saying it's, you know, it was pay what you can. And if you still want to pay, or if you paid and you want to pay again, no one will ever stop you. So please support live local theater, www.highdesertfringe.org. And of course, Project Shebut's the Venmo account.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Ann, you were thinking Z1077?
Z107. I wanted to thank Z107. I also wanted to thank all of our artists again, and everybody who contributed their time to making videos for us. And we've been getting questions about whether or not the recording's going to be available later on. It will be. The entire length of 6.5 hours, whatever it was, will be available on YouTube as a 6.5 hour event. And
wow.
Then, also, though, probably tomorrow, maybe Monday, I don't know if I want to sit in front of a computer again right away, but I will go back and I will make individual clips for each of the shows so that we have individual YouTube videos of each of our live performances from today.
Great. And also all the video clips are already up on YouTube.
Yes.
So you wanted to check out some of the videos, please enjoy the YouTube station.
Yeah. It's been a lot of fun putting that together, and we haven't really figured out if we're going to put more things on our YouTube channel throughout the year, but who knows? We might get edgy about it.
Okay, so I guess thank you and goodbye.
Yeah, thank you. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Thank you so much. We'll see you next time.
You say I'm living on the fringe, I say I'm living on the fringe. You say I'm living on the fringe, I say I'm living on the fringe. Sleeping under the stars, I gave it all away. I'm out in the desert, embracing all I see. The world's gone to pieces, and I'm feeling the same thing. You say I'm living on the fringe, I say I'm living on the fringe. You say I'm living on the fringe, I say I'm living on the fringe. Oh no, I don't mind when things go astray. No, I'm not afraid, except of yesterday. I live on the fly, just hello and then goodbye. You say I'm living on the fringe, I say I'm living on the fringe. You say I'm living on the fringe, I say I'm living on the fringe. That's nice. You say I'm living on the fringe, I say I'm living on the fringe. You say I'm living on the fringe, I say I'm living on the fringe. Sleeping under the stars, I gave it all away. I'm out in the desert, embracing all I see. The world's gone to pieces, and I'm feeling the same thing. You say I'm living on the fringe, I say I'm living on the fringe. You say I'm living on the fringe, I say I'm living on the fringe. Oh no, I don't mind when things go astray. No, I'm except of yesterday. I live on the fly, just hello and then goodbye. You say I'm living on the fringe, I say I'm living on the fringe. You say I'm living on the fringe, I say I'm living on the fringe. Lady Love, 'cause she knows my real name. Lost with the wind, the edge, it's everything. Though my heart is aching, I'm ready for anything. You say I'm living on the fringe, I say I'm living on the fringe. You say I'm living on the fringe, I say I'm living on the fringe. Living on the fringe. Living on the fringe. You say I'm living on the fringe, I say I'm living on the fringe. Living on the fringe, say I'm living on the fringe, I say I'm living on the fringe. You say I'm living on the fringe, I say I'm living on the fringe. Living on the fringe. Living